Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, city councilors and their guests. Welcome to the regular meeting of the Springfield City Council. It is now 6:36. Madam Clerk, 6:36, I'm sorry, on July 20th. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilor Gomez?
Present.
Present. Councilor Whitfield?
Here.
Here. Councilor Davila? Absent. Councilor Fenton? Absent. Councilor Curran? Councilor Curran?
Here.
Here.
Council- Here. Thank you.
You're welcome. Councilor Ramos? Present. Councilor Walsh?
Here.
Here. Councilor Williams?
Present.
Present. Councilor Allen?
Present.
Present. Councilor Letterman?
Present.
Present. Councilor Edwards?
Present.
Present. Councilor Brown? Councilor Brown? Absent. Councilor Hurst?
Present. Will the council and their guests please rise for a moment of silence? And we are dedicating this moment of silence to the late C.T. Vivian, as well as Representative John Lewis, who recently passed. Both were icons of the civil rights movement. Will the council and their guests please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge
Pledge of
allegiance
allegiance to the flag
of the United
of the
States
States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please, without objection, and I apologize, councilors, unfortunately, I did not get to Attorney Davis in time and there was a mishap. So if you look at under suspension, we have the 5 items from our previous hearings meeting that we normally would have done first. So as long as there is no objection, I would like to take those items under suspension first so that we can close the hearings out. So Madam Clerk, without objection, if you could please call item number 42 on the agenda, it would be greatly appreciated.
Item number 42 is for a special permit of an existing structure at 1331 Elm Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone present to speak to item number 42 and give us a brief synopsis of what you had already stated at our previous meeting?
Michael O'Brien with Wynn Companies representing Opal Wynn.
Can you please state your address for the record?
Yes, 1 Washington Plaza, Boston, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
We are undertaking a significant redevelopment of an iconic building in downtown Springfield, right across from City Hall, 1331 Elm and 3-7 Elm, in tandem and in partnership with the city and the SRA, along with a range of other partners. The request before you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee is to reduce the the parking count to a total of 42, which represents the courtyard in the back of 1331 Elm. And that amount of parking, coupled with the lease for parking with MGM, as well as on-street parking in the proposed changes to Elm Street and Court Square Avenue will provide the required parking for the long-term success of 1331 Elms residential development, which is 74 units, as well as the commercial and retail on the ground floor. With that, we are very grateful for the city's continued support and the great work by the administration, and we look forward to any discussion, debate, or dialogue tonight, and hope for a unanimous vote of the council.
Thank you. Councilor Walsh, I see your hand is raised. Did you have a question?
I just wanted
procedural
a
standpoint.
question on the proceedings. I wondered if there are any special instructions. Is this where we're not supposed to be asking any questions because we already have, or?
So yes, I was going to be very clear about that, and thank you for bringing that to the attention of all of us. What I want to do for the following special permits and zone changes is allow the petitioner just to refresh our memory of and give us a quick synopsis of what it is that we heard at our previous hearings meeting. At that time, I will ask whether there was any opposition in the form of a rebuttal. If there is, we will play it before the council, and then we'll give the opportunity for the petitioner to respond to that rebuttal. At that point in time, hopefully we will not ask too many more questions of the petitioner, because we have already asked a slew of questions at our last meeting, which I think is your point, Councilor Walsh. We will at that point in time close that portion of the hearing and then have debate amongst the council. If there is no debate amongst the council, then we will move to a vote. Does that help to explain things, Councilor Walsh? Okay, so was there any testimony, and please focus, Springfield, if you could give me the right to lower hands as well as put individuals on mute, it'd be greatly appreciated.
You are now an administrator, and we have two unknown people we'd like to identify. One is Moto Z4. Could you identify yourself for the record, please?
Hi, this is John Furman from VHB in Springfield.
Thank you very much. And the other person is 02146. Could we have your name, please?
Hi, Sergeant Brian Elliott, Springfield Police.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Sergeant Brian who?
Elliott.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. And so, Madam Clerk, did we receive any testimony in opposition to this special permit?
We did not, no.
Seeing none, are there any questions for the petitioner? Any additional questions that we did not ask at our previous meeting from the council? Seeing none, that closes this portion of the hearing. Is there any debate amongst the council? Seeing none, that closes the hearing itself. Madam Clerk, this requires a 2/3 roll call vote for passage. Can you please call the roll?
On passing the special permit for 1331 Elm Street, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Sorry, Attorney Davis. I think I accidentally muted you. Sorry.
It's fine, Councilor. Councilor Davila? Absent. Councilor Fenton? Absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? Absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the reasons? I'm sorry, did I do that wrong?
I have to read the reasons, sir.
Yes, I'm sorry. Counselor Gomez.
No problem, sir. The specific site is an appropriate location for such a use, structure, or condition. The use as developed will not adversely affect the neighborhood. Adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation of the proposed use. To incorporate and the planning staff analysis into the decision at the basis of findings. Your permit is granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Gomez. Madam Clerk, on accepting the reasons.
On accepting the
Please call the roll.
reasons, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila? Absent. Counselor Fenton? Absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown? Absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the special permit is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 43 under suspension without
Thank you.
objection? Thank you.
Item number 43 is for a special permit to operate a recycling center at 74 Randall Place.
Is there anyone present who can give us a brief synopsis of this special permit?
Yes, my name is Armando Camarata with International Automotive Core Parts. My address is 74 Randall Place, Springfield, Massachusetts, 01108.
Thank you.
Yes, so we recycle auto parts at 7476 Randall Place. I've already submitted all my plans and whatnot and went over them with Counselor Davila and Phil Drami.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, did we receive any testimony in opposition to this special permit?
We did not receive any testimony.
Thank you. If there is no further testimony, are there any questions from the council that were not asked at the previous meeting? Seeing Councilor Ramos.
Just very quickly, Mr. President, I can't remember whether or not we received any correspondence from the neighborhood council.
Maybe Phil Dromey, can you answer that question?
Well, I know he met with the Forest Park Civic Association. I don't recall receiving a letter, but I do know that at the last meeting, Councilor Davia did indicate that they met with him, and as far as I can remember, I don't believe there was any opposition.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Thank you, Phil. Councilor Gomez, I see your hand is raised in the queue. Do you have an additional question, sir?
No, it was just to respond that I did ask that question that Councilor Ramos asked last meeting, and that Councilor Davila said that there wasn't a letter, but that they had voted in favor of the project, just for the sake of transparency.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Are there any further questions for the petitioner? Seeing none, that closes this portion of the meeting. Are there any questions amongst councilors or debate amongst councilors? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving this special permit?
On approving the special permit for recycling center at 74 Randall Place. Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila? Absent. Counselor Fenton? Absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown? Absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes. Counselor Gomez, can you read the reasons for us, sir?
Yes, sir, I will. Reasons for a granted permit. This specific site is in an appropriate location for such a use, structure, or condition. The use is developed and will not adversely affect the neighborhood. Adequate and appropriate facilities will be provided for the proper operation of the proposed use. To incorporate the planning staff analysis into the decision at the basis of findings. Your permit is granted.
Thank you, Counselor Gomez. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the reasons?
On the reasons for the special permit, Counselor Gomez. Counselor Gomez on the reason? Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila, absent. Counselor Fenton? Absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the special permit is granted. Counselors, can I just remind you to please put yourselves on mute when you are not speaking? It would be greatly appreciated. Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 44 under suspension without objection?
Item number 44 is a zone change at Northside Bushelt Street from Residence B to Commercial P.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone present to speak briefly to this item? Is there anyone present? Phil, I'm not sure who I might be looking for.
John Furman. John, are you going to speak on this one? I know he was on.
Was it?
I don't see his name. Oh, there. I mean, I see his name.
Counselor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While they get situated, I'm going to be recusing myself from items 44 and 45 as my spouse is employed by the parent company.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we please notate that Counselor Letterman is excusing himself from items number 44 and 45, please? Thank you, Counselor Letterman. Mr. Furman. Okay, we will try to proceed in Mr. Furman's absence. Was there any testimony received in opposition? Actually, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. Mr. Furman looks like he is signing back in. We'll give him a quick minute. Madam Clerk, has there been any testimony received in opposition to this to the zone change?
There has not been any testimony received.
Okay. Mr. Furman, are you with us?
Did you want me to?
Mr. President, I apologize for that. I had some technical difficulties here. I'm back for that. I apologize for that.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. No apology necessary. Can you please give us just a brief synopsis of the zone change? I know you already briefed the council a few weeks ago, but if you could just bring us up to speed.
Certainly. So this zone change is, the petition is on behalf of Mass Mutual. There are a number of parcels that they have spent time acquiring on Providence Street and Buchholz Street. The residents and buildings on those lots have been removed. We are looking to change the zone from residence to commercial P, with the intent of eventually building parking lots there. We provided a conceptual site plan for those, and for the parcels that are remaining on the streets that would be abutting, we have more than the required buffer zone between the parking area and the property line, and we will be installing landscaping and working with the city planner to design those landscapes.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. Are there any questions from the council that were not asked previously? Seeing none, that closes this portion of the meeting. Is there any debate amongst the council regarding this zone change? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on the zone change?
On approving the zone change at Schultz Street, Counselor Gomez?
Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila, absent. Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman, recused. Counselor Edwards? Counselor Edwards?
Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the zone change is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call item number 45 under suspension without objection?
We just need to read the reasons, Counselor. Oh, I'm sorry, it's a zone change.
Zone change, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the next item on the agenda is for a zone change at Eastside Clarence Street from Residence A to Commercial P.
Thank you. Mr. Furman, I think you spoke to this briefly just a few minutes ago. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, Mr. President, that is basically the same premise as the other lots.
Thank you, Mr. Furman. Madam Clerk, did we receive any testimony in opposition to the zone change?
We did not receive any testimony.
Are there any questions or comments from the council? Excuse me, sorry, that were not asked at our previous meeting? Seeing none, that closes this portion of the hearing. Is there any debate amongst the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the zone change?
On approving the zone change at Eastside Clarence Street, Counselor Gomez?
Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila, absent. Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman, recused. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the zone change is approved. Madam Clerk, without objection, can you please take item number 46 under suspension?
Item number 46 is a zone change at 11 Merwin Street from Residence B to Business A.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this zone change and briefly
Yes,
update
good
the
evening,
council?
Mr. President. Rob Levesque from our Levesque Associates, 40 School Street in Westfield, Mass. We are here to follow up on our zone change request for Sahur Haq, also known as Sunny, who owns the mobile station that is housed on the subject properties. We're looking to round out the property so that they all have the same respective zone and can be utilized to expand and renovate the existing mobile station to allow for a convenience store and associated site improvements.
Thank you, Mr. Levesque. Madam Clerk, I do believe we received some testimony in opposition to this special permit. So we will allow Focus Springfield to play that testimony, and then we'll give Mr. Levesque an opportunity to rebut that testimony.
Stand by.
Steve, thank you.
Yes, my name is Kathy Farrell. My address is 16 Merwin Street. I am referring to the notice of virtual public hearing for a zoning change that is occurring for a lot that was at 11 Merwin Street. and I guess they want to extend business out. I have concerns with that, being that my house is going to be out closest to the end of where they're having this, and it's going to bring a lot of traffic issues on my street, and I'm very concerned about it. There have been episodes that have happened within that gas station with a lot of overnight crowds parking there, loud noises. There's a few children on my street as well. I don't know if this notice went out to everybody on my street, but I do have concerns, and I would like to be included in the next town hall meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Focus Springfield. Is she here, Phil Dromey? Do you know if she is on this call?
I don't believe so.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Levesque, we will give you an opportunity to rebut if you would like to, whatever or everything that was said by the opponent. So if you want to do that at this time, please feel free.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not familiar with the young lady who spoke on the message, but we do understand the concerns of others. It's often a concern of projects projects like this. If the zone change were to City Council, we understand that to be just the first step in a process for work to be done on this property. Very specifically, there are landscape buffer requirements for adjacent properties. Specifically, when there's residential properties, there's also requirements associated with that. We fully intend to comply with all of those requirements and would be happy through the site plan approval process to work with this young lady to do anything we can to further satisfy any concerns that she may have.
Thank you, Mr. Levesque. Are there any questions or comments from the council in light of the new testimony we've heard this evening?
Counselor, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Dromey. We'll let you lead and then we'll turn it over to the counselors.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I did just want to kind of just let the council know that in addition to the zone change, this project is going to trigger a special permit as well for both the new gas station as well as the proposed drive-up window as well. So as with zone changes, they're not really approved as per a site plan, although one is submitted, but that can change. But when the special permit is heard by the city council, it will be specifically, if approved, to that specific site plan. So I just wanted to, and that I think that's coming back to the city council in September.
Good information to know. Thank you, Mr. Dromey. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And Phil, I'm glad you jumped in because that spoke exactly to what my questions were going to be, relative to looking at what the actual traffic pattern would be when they do build out and how it could be used to minimize any impact to the residential street that is adjacent. So I think with that information armed, I'm comfortable, and hopefully we can just keep the individual's contact info and make sure that she gets a chance to speak with the developer, and also I'm sure Councilor Gomez and others prior to the special permit hearing.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Gomez.
I'm all set. It was particularly to that because I was kind of a little bit abreast of what's coming up next. So yeah.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. If there are no further questions from the council, that closes this portion of the hearing. Is there any debate amongst the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this zone change?
On approving the zone change at 11 Merwin Street, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila, absent. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the zone change is approved, and this ultimately closes all of the items that we had as part of our hearings meeting from previous weeks. And counselors, I appreciate you. This is how I envisioned that it would work. Didn't do so well at our last hearings meeting, but I think we did a pretty good job getting through them this meeting. So with that said, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, are there any reports of committee now that we've opened it up to committee meetings? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the first item on the agenda?
The first item on the agenda is for a petition at Wilbraham Avenue.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item? Mr. Signoli?
I had to wait for Mr. Plant to take us off mute. He's not paying attention. Good evening, councilors. On the petitions in front of you, I was going to divide them up in a couple of pieces, with number one standing on its own. Wilbraham Avenue, the parcel on the end of Wilbraham Avenue is, excuse me, some land has been taken from Springfield College in order to create a park in the area over to Berry School. And in order to do that, a section of Wilbraham Avenue must be discontinued. And that's what this petition is for, in order to create the park there.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this petition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On approving the petition for discontinuance at Wilbraham Avenue, I'm sorry. Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila? Absent. Counselor Fenton? Absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the petition is approved. I just want to highlight the fact that Counselor Davila did let me know that he had to tend to a family matter, so he may be joining us a bit late. Madam Clerk, can you please call items and correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, numbers 2, 3, 4, and 5. I'm sorry, 2, 3, 4, and 6 together. Is that what you wanted to do, Chris?
Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 2.
Let her call them first, Chris.
Item 2 is for a petition by Verizon at Lombard Street. Number 3 is a petition at Washington Street. Number 4 is for a petition at Oakland Street. And number 6 is for a petition at Madison Street.
Good evening, councilors. Chris Ciccoli again. The first three, item 2, 3, and 4, are Verizon. Lombard Street is actually a connection from the end of Lombard into Main Street by Verizon. Item number 3 is actually Washington Road, not Washington Street. And it is a connection of a utility at the intersection of Washington Street and Sumner to a utility pole. And the item number 4 is a Verizon petition on Oakland Street at Belmont for a connection from a utility pole to their duct bank system. And item number 6 is Comcast for the extension of about 328 feet of 4-inch PVC to service 38 Madison Street. All of these 4 petitions are for underground installation of conduit.
Thank you, Mr. Signoli. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding any of these petitions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on these petitions?
On approving items 2, 3, 4, and 6, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila. Absent. Counselor Fenton. Absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams.
He's
Counselor
absent.
Williams.
He's
He's
absent.
gone.
He actually had to.
Absent. Okay. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown. Absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the petitions are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call items number 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10, please? Together.
Item number 5 is for petition at Plainfield Street. Item number 7 is for petition at High Street. Item number 8 is for petition at Rush Street. Item number 9 is for petition at Fenwick Street. And item number 10 is for petition at Florida Street.
Is there anyone present to speak to these petitions?
Good evening, councilors. Chris Sigoli. Item number 5 on Plainfield Street is the installation of a new gas service to service the new Brightwood School. It is about 900 feet of utility that will be installed in the tree belt closest to the school. Item number 7 is for work at the intersection of High Street and School Street, actually to be able to service a facility on Union Street to get better gas pressure for that. Items 8, 9, and 10, Rush Street, Fenwick, and Florida is all gas work ahead of DPW paving work that's going to take place this year. Rush Street is actually, a majority of the work is actually in Berkshire Avenue. However, all of Rush Street's gas mains will be replaced. Fenwick Street includes work on Fenwick, Bonneview, Ina, Crest, Highland, and Brooks in the Upper Hill neighborhood. And item number 10 is a gas main replacement in Florida Street of about 2,400 feet, again in advance of DPW paving projects.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding any of these petitions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on these petitions?
On approving items 5, 7, 8, 9, and 10, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila. Absent. Counselor Fenton. Absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos. Counselor Ramos. Absent. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams. Absent. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown. Absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the petitions are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a youth homelessness demonstration program grant in the amount of $2,426,044.
Is there anyone present to speak to this grant? If you could please state your name and address for the record.
My address is 26 Eckington Street, Springfield, Massachusetts. The Youth Homelessness Demonstration Project is a grant that was awarded by HUD to the city of Springfield, representing the lead applicant for Hampden County. We were one of only 23 communities across the country to be selected for the grant. It's a 2-year grant for $2.4 million. The grant will pay for a coordinated entry and navigation project, which we will be working jointly with the Gandhara Center and the Center for Human Development. It also will be dealing with transitional housing and provide permanent supportive housing for 8 young adults. And we also will be dealing with rental assistance for up to 30 young adults. And the admin component of the grant will be used to pay for a staff person who will coordinate the program. The counselors should understand that the grant becomes renewable on an annual basis after the initial 2-year period. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Sheehan. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this grant? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
On approving the Youth Homelessness Demonstration Project Grant, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila. Absent. Counselor Fenton. Absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
I'm sorry I raised my hand. I didn't see it, but I want to say congratulations. This sounds like a great grant, and it targets a population, I think, that's not always targeted. So yes, yes, yes.
Counselor Walsh, yes, yes, yes.
You sure did, Counselor
Williams.
Walsh. My apologies.
Counselor Williams, absent. Counselor Allen.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a state 911 support and incentive grant in the amount of $963,535,000. I'm sorry, $963,535.
Thank you. And counselors, if we could please remember to mute ourselves when we are not speaking, it'd be greatly appreciated, or anyone else who is on this Zoom call. Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Me, Counselor Commissioner Calvi.
Thank you, Commissioner. Can you please state your address for the record, sir?
Sure, 210 Winton Street, Springfield, Massachusetts.
Floor is yours, Commissioner.
This grant is awarded from the State 911 Commission. We've received it over probably the past 10 years. This grant is awarded to the city of Springfield to help augment the 9/11 operations in the city. It's gone up by $225,000 this year because we are answering 911 calls from cell phones now, not just landlines. So this helps maintain the operation of the 911 system for the city.
Thank you. Counselor Gomez.
First, I just want to salute Commissioner Calvi and the Springfield Springfield Fire Department. They had a big, extensive fire down here on my street that they worked hard through the night to put out. I just wanted to just publicly say how much impressed I was by the professionalism and the work that you guys did, and also SPD that came and closed the thing off and made sure everybody was out there safe. My only question was just, you had stated that now it went up this year by $200,000 because of cell phones?
Yes, sir.
All right, so so you guys were traditionally just working underfunded this grant?
Well, no.
Because the reason why I'm asking is because we had cell phones for a while, so I was just wondering.
Right, but cell phones were primarily answered by the Massachusetts State Police at their answering point prior to last summer. Last summer, Springfield 911 started answering the 9/11 cell phone calls in the city of Springfield.
Perfect. And you know what? You're absolutely correct. There's a couple times that I've used 911 and we had to deal with redirecting from going from Massachusetts. It'll go up to Northampton and then it'll come back to us. So now we're going to be working those calls in real time here in the city of Springfield. That's fantastic news. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor
You're welcome,
Gomez.
sir.
Councilor Ramos. Councilor Ramos, the floor is yours.
Mr. President, thank you. Just a couple of questions regarding 911 services for the city in general. First of all, Commissioner, can you explain? I'm not sure if everybody on the council is aware as to how this became responsibility of the fire commissioner when it used to be a separate department, correct?
It still is a separate department, but I'm running that department with my administrator. Ago, the fire department IT and fire department finance directly supported the 911 communication system. It was thought with my personnel supporting the system that I should be overseeing it. So then I began to oversee the system about 6 or 7 months.
6 or 7 months ago, was that the last part? I didn't get
Yes.
that.
Yes, sir.
So I guess my concern predates your taking over that department and those responsibilities. I've shared these concerns with some of my colleagues. More recently, just this past weekend, that there was another incident that highlights my concern. My concern is that there are many people in the city that make complaints to the non-emergency number, or even to 911. They make complaints and they either assume that their identity is going to be kept anonymous, or they actually outright request that their identities be kept anonymous, particularly because they're concerned for their own safety when they make a complaint against a neighbor for whatever reason. That has not been the case historically. There have been many incidences where even at the request of the complainant, their identity becomes revealed to the person that they're complaining about, which creates a lot of conflict and doesn't do very, very, very well for police community relations and the public trust of the police, for that matter. So I guess I just wanted to reemphasize that concern because I've sent several emails to, and I believe they've been forwarded to you as well. But I sent it to the police commissioner and to the law department regarding confidentiality when it comes to making complaints, particularly with the non-emergency number. And I want to reemphasize that because it's important that the person on the other line understands that there are consequences when someone's identity is revealed. And it may contribute to crime across the city being unreported because people are concerned that their identity will not be kept secret. So my question to you, now that I've expressed that concern, my question to you is what sort of training in terms of confidentiality are these dispatchers being given, and what is the policy around confidentiality?
And
The
if
dispatchers are all.
Commissioner, if you could also relate it to this grant, so we can move this item forward, it'd be greatly appreciated, sir.
Sure. This part of this grant, actually, the next grant goes for training. So the next grant we're going to discuss is actually the training grant. But I can discuss quickly this case that Councilor Ramos is discussing. All dispatchers are trained in confidentiality. There's confidentiality policies within the 911 department. The complaint that Councilor Ramos relayed to both myself and Commissioner Clafroot was thoroughly investigated. We queried all transmissions of that call, all call logs from listening to the caller calling in, the dispatcher giving out the call, and all CAD logs. And in the case that Councilor Ramos is referring to, no confidentiality was breached at all. Confidentiality was maintained at all times. The officer actually called in at one point and asked where the complainant came from, and the response was that this was an anonymous complaint.
Just for the record, though, I'm not referring to a single incident. I'm referring to many incidences. In fact, there was another call this past weekend where I received a call from a constituent who was afraid to call the non-emergency number to put in a complaint regarding noise, loud music. And she was scared for her life because her identity had previously been revealed when she made a complaint about noise in the neighborhood. And those neighbors actually called her and asked her why she called the police on them. So, so this happens often.
Counselor, I can't.
It sounds like this, Commissioner.
You received this weekend. I know nothing about it. It has.
We're
Yes,
also losing you,
Are we
Commissioner,
there?
in terms of your bandwidth. But it probably makes sense, Councilor Ramos, if you'll indulge us all in possibly setting up a public safety meeting. I know you've raised this issue a number of times, and we probably haven't gotten to the resolution that we want to get to. So it might make sense for us to address this in a public safety meeting, as opposed to playing it out on the approval of a grant.
Mr. President, I don't have an issue with that. However, the next item does speak to training. So I would like to restate my question regarding what kind of training
For sure.
and what sort of policy they have around confidentiality.
So why don't we ask that now, Councilor Ramos, or why don't we allow Commissioner Calvert to address it, since we're going to address it 2 items from now. Commissioner, can you speak to that question?
I certainly can. The training program from the 9/11 department covers confidentiality. Confidentiality is protected at all costs. A lot of times, complainants or people that are involved in these calls put it together on their own who the caller was. In certain instances, certain people call over and over again on call, put it together as to what's going on. I know for a fact people call, I've called before, and it was put together that I'm the one who called in. So it's just something that happens sometimes, that the people are being investigated by the police are able to put together who's actually called and made the complaint on them. Everyone is trained in confidentiality. When we get confidentiality complaints, they're fully investigated. If somebody was to be found out for violating confidentiality, they would be investigated and disciplined.
Thank you.
You all set, Councilor Ramos?
All set. I think it does make sense to have a public safety meeting on this matter, and I will follow up with my request with the law department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Are there any questions regarding this particular grant from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this grant?
On approving the state 911 support and incentive grant, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila, absent. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams. Absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown, absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a community mitigation grant in amount of $250,000.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Councilors Tim Sheehan, 26 Eckington Street, Springfield, Massachusetts. I can speak to this item. This is a mitigation grant that is basically continuing the master planning work on the casino impact district, which is the area immediately surrounding the casino. It's for master planning. That master planning is going to include a market assessment and validation, strategic development alternatives, continued zoning and land use control support, and related development incentives and assistance, ultimately to look at the whole redevelopment of that area in and around the casino. I'm happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Thank you. Before we get to questions, Madam Clerk, can you please acknowledge Councilor Davila, who just joined us, as being present?
Counselor Davila?
Present.
Present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Gomez?
Thank you. So these, good to see you, Tim. Tim, how are you? My question is surrounding this funding that you said that's for the surrounding areas. Does that funding go towards, or it could be worked into some of the businesses around that perimeter? Is that what I'm understanding, or am I off a little?
Councilor Gomez, it basically is undertaking a development plan for that entire area that's surrounding the casino. We started this work last year. As the casino was opened, there really wasn't a plan for what was happening in terms of particularly the properties that are immediately surrounding the casino. Many of them went into disrepair. I think, as most of the council members might recall, a number of the properties immediately across the street went into foreclosure. And there's a high degree of vacancy in and around the casino. So it's not necessarily particularly focused on a specific business. It's looking at the real estate that exists in and around the area and how best that real estate should be utilized to promote businesses that ultimately create more of a consistent atmosphere with what the casino is bringing across the street and around the immediate vicinity.
So we'd be talking about the Shea Block, the corner building where the clock tower was in, where we had a bar restaurant there, and then where we had Black Pearl right there by I forget the crossing, the cross street. Matter of fact, I'm talking about the cross street.
Yes.
It's actually cross street. Then there's a building right over before we get to Park Street, where there was some, and it's pretty. I understand what you mean. So these would be, or this funding could be utilized for businesses that exist there, or to actually put businesses there. I'm just, and I'm sorry for the questions. I just want to get a better formula in my mind.
It's ultimately to put forward a master plan so that the development community understands what it is that the city is supportive of in that district, from uses, and also looking at the market and understanding what the market can support as well. And then coming back and saying, this plan is also going to identify a package of incentives to actually implement the objectives of that plan.
All right, because I just know that 2 of those buildings were for sale. I don't think that they were picked up. I think Colebrook is in. They're overseeing kind of the sale and the management of that building. And then also, I know that the Shea Block was kind of in that conversation before, when we were first talking about Elm Street, but it's no longer part of that scope of the project. So I know there's a lot of small little businesses that were there that are no longer there. And I just wanted to better be able to serve and understand. So this money is specifically to study what can go there and to be able to stabilize and create incentives for folks to go into that kind of L area. Because I know on the other side, there's some other things going on as well. All right, perfect.
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tim.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Are there any questions from the council regarding this grant? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On approving the grant, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield? Yes. Counselor Davila? Counselor Davila? Absent. Counselor Fenton? Absent. Counselor Curran?
Yeah.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the grant is approved.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
I'm sorry, Counselor Davila, was that a yes on the grant?
Yes.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is for State 911 Training Grant and the amount of $189,384.54.
Is there anyone present to speak to this grant?
Commissioner B.J. Calvi, 210 Winton Street, Springfield, Massachusetts, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there anything else you want to add?
This is another grant that we have received for the past decade. This grant goes to cover the educational expenses of the dispatchers and their continuing education training. The city of Springfield is one of the busiest municipalities in the Commonwealth, has to have 32 units of continuing education as opposed to smaller communities that only have to provide 16 units of continuing education. This grant allows for telecommunicator salary backfill and overtime for training expenses, seminars, backfill and training, travel to go to said seminars, and software expenditures that can be used for training.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On approving the State 911 Training Grant, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is the Springfield Library Foundation Trust and Endowments Grant in the amount of $180,000.
Is there anyone present to speak to this grant?
Molly, you're muted.
Okay. Good evening. This is Molly Fogarty, Library Director, Rolling Meadow Lane, East Long Meadow. This is funding from the Library Foundation that manages trusts and endowments for the Library Department, and these are all restricted for the use of library materials.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this grant? Councilor Letterman.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Molly, thanks for being here. And I just wanted to ask you, relative to this grant and also general library operations, how things have been going in terms of the curbside pickup and things like that in the wake of COVID, and just wondering if this will be supporting any other innovations as we continue to work through the pandemic.
Oh, absolutely. The curbside pickup is going really, really well. You know, some of our branches are a little busier than others, but they're booking out into the next week. So we're thinking of trying to add a few more slots to accommodate people. People are very happy with the service. And I don't think they'll want it to go away when we actually can open more hours. So it's going really, really well. We're also investing more money into ebooks and media content and databases. So we're virtual as well. But we have a lot of areas of the collection that we want to beef up. We sort of stopped spending money with the spending freeze in March and or April, whenever that was. So we're really wanting to add to our collections, but the collections are in demand, so the money is used very well.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, and thanks for all you guys are doing, especially also the resource guides on your website. So glad to see you here, and of course, my first job was stacking books at the Mason Square branch. So always glad to support you guys.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On approving the Springfield Library Foundation Trust and Endowments Grant, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown, absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a Mason Square Library grant in the amount of $145,394.12.
Yes, this is Molly Fogarty again. This funding is also from the Springfield Library Foundation, and it's used to help support the operations of the Mason Square Branch Library.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on accepting this grant?
On approving the Mason Square Library grant, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown, absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is the local consumer aid grant in the amount of $110,605.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Good evening. I'm here, Milagros Johnson.
Can you please state your address for the record?
Sure, 36 Court Street in Springfield. Did you hear that? I'm sorry. Okay. I'm here to about the grant that we have every year. This year it was actually an increase of $11,605 to assist consumers with consumer complaints and educate them on their rights.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilor Letterman?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman and Ms. Johnson. It's good to see you. Appreciate all the work that you and your team in the office do. I know you guys fly a little under the radar, but you make a big difference, not just for folks in Springfield, but also the surrounding towns. And just wondering if you might be able to speak to what the numbers were like this year, especially in the wake of COVID. And we've heard about, some scams and things like that going around. Just wondering if you've seen an uptick or any specific cases that have sort of come out of the pandemic.
Thank you for the question. I'm really excited to give you the answer. And the reason why is because of the increase. The increase was based on my proposal on the grant. I anticipated that we would see an influx of complaints, particularly with eviction moratorium once it lifts. And consumers who postpone their mortgage payments, credit card payments, student loan payments. So we obviously are seeing already those starting to come in. We've also seen a great number of complaints about scams. Unfortunately, they're really taking advantage of consumers. And those are very difficult to resolve, but we do our very best. Camille is now full-time. If the grant gets approved, she will be full-time. So, and that was also anticipated. We needed someone to assist me full-time because of the demands of the office. It's just crazy busy. Consumers who are buying cars that are lemons and the dealers are not assisting the consumers with resolving the issues. And these are Springfield dealers, I have to say. I'm very disappointed in them. I refer them to the License Commission on a regular basis, and you know, I do the very best that I can to educate the business to avoid these complaints from coming in the interest of the consumer, obviously. But I anticipate that we will continue to see those because money is short. They're not selling a lot of cars, and what they're selling are really lemons that people are trading in, and then they're buying them and just turning them over to the consumers on the lot. So yes, we anticipate a large number of complaints to come in. Last year, we exceeded over $535,000 in savings to consumers. That was just our office alone. That's a pretty big number considering that we see businesses not willing to work with us as much as before, but we still are persistent. Camille and I are right on track, and they can hide, but we will find them, and we will do our best to get them to comply and do what's right for the consumer.
Well, thank you so much for the update and everything you're doing. I know I've had a chance to refer folks to your office before, yes. And in your work, if you guys do identify areas where you think local policy could be stronger, please don't hesitate to bring it to us. And also give my best to my good friend Camille.
I will. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. If there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On approving the local consumer aid grant, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila. Councilor Davila. Absent. Councilor Fenton. Absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams. Absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown. Absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a community mitigation grant in the amount of $110,000.
Is there anyone present to speak to this grant?
Good evening, Sergeant Brian Elliott, Springfield Police Department. Good evening, President Hurst, members of the council. I'm just here to ask you to accept this pool. We applied for this back in January. We sent our application to the Mass Gaming Commission. They went through every line of our request, and I'm pleased to say they funded us in the amount of $110,000 for various equipment items.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On approving the community mitigation grant, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila. Councilor Davila. Absent. Councilor Fenton. Absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams. Absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown. Absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
Thank you very much.
Next item on the
Thank you.
agenda is the Mass in Motion grant in the amount of $100,000.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Division of Health and Human Services, 47 Overlook Drive, Springfield, Massachusetts. Mass in Motion is our health and wellness grant that we get from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It works with built environments, Springfield Public Schools, to be able to promote health and wellness throughout the city, and particularly underserved communities in our city.
Did I lose you?
We're here. Can you hear us?
No, I did not hear the end of what you said, Commissioner, so I apologize.
Okay, this is Mass in Motion. Mass in Motion is a grant that we get from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It really is to promote health and wellness across the city of Springfield. It is to work with, to make sure that we're working primarily with Springfield Public Schools, underserved communities, to promote the idea of health and wellness. As you know, the city of Springfield certainly has some issues as it relates to children, obesity, and type 2 diabetes. This grant addresses those kinds of health disparities.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this grant?
On approving the Mass in Motion grant, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield. Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is for a SHINE grant in the amount of $99,996.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this grant?
Yes, I am. This is SHINE, Serving the Health and Needs of Elders grant. We have had this grant for at least 15 years. It comes to us from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is a very important grant, counselors, because it links our elders with the health insurance that they need, particularly Mass Health, and those health insurances as we start to look at signing up for various programs. These individuals do the advise our residents. This pays for a director and an outreach worker.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on accepting this grant?
On accepting the grant, Counselor Gomez. Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is DPW rideshare funding in the amount of $91,572.40.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this grant?
Good evening, councilors. Chris Ciccoli, DPW Director. This is the third year we're receiving this grant from the state. It is funds received on the tax that the state takes in for Uber and Lyft type rides throughout the city of Springfield. Last year, the city had over 915,000 rides, so the city received $91,000. We use this funds to enhance our Complete Streets program with the Complete Streets funding that we get from Mass DOT for work on sidewalks, bike lanes, and improvements for ADA around the city.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from Mr. Signoli regarding this grant? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on accepting this grant?
On accepting the DPW ride-sharing grant, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams, absent. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a tobacco control grant in the amount of $70,000.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Evening, councilors. Again, this is our annual $70,000 for tobacco control, and it funds its director. It also funds those young people who go into convenience stores and other facilities to try and buy tobacco products. And of course, we do check on compliance. So this is really a compliance action grant for the city of Springfield. We've had this grant for at least the last 15 to 20 years, actually.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this grant? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On accepting the tobacco control grant, Counselor Gomez. Counselor Gomez? Yes, I'm sorry. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams, absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the grant is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call items 23 through 28 together, please?
Item 23 is a mass substance abuse collaborative grant. Item 24 is a PFS grant. Item 25 is a Springfield Library Foundation Staff Development Grant. Item 26 is Libraries Rose Smith Music Fund Grant. Item 27, Parks Springfield Water and Sewer Grant. And item 28 is Libraries Led with Digital Skills Grant.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on these grants?
On accepting these grants, Counselor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams, absent. Counselor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the grants are approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a bond authorization, MSBA construction for Homer DeBerry.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
Mr. President, it's TJ Plant Capital of the city of Springfield, Garfield Street. This is the final phase of getting the funding in store. They got approved by the MSBA for the Homer DeBerry replacement project. The estimated project cost is $95,051,267,000. We anticipate MSBA to participate to the tune of $50 million. The rest is a city share of $42 million towards the project. Pete Garvey's here. Do you have any specific questions about the project? But we're looking for authorization from the council to kind of get things going.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield, followed by Councilor Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. President. TJ, I just want to say thank you for the hard work that the finance team in the city has done on this project. I think the DeBerry Homer project is needed. I think it's a great project. And thank you for getting the funding for it. I'm sorry, I just missed the total of the project.
$95 million, essentially.
Is the total of the project? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos.
You cut out a little bit towards the end when you were talking about the MSBA and their contribution or reimbursement of the project. How much are we being reimbursed for?
He's going to be reimbursing that $1,000. The city is going to be contributing.
It cut out again. All I hear is static when you say the number. Can you say
You did cut out again, TJ. It's almost like it's purposeful, TJ.
Right?
Can I just get a yes vote? Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yes.
So the total project cost is $95,051,267. The MSBA's estimated funding is $52.9 million, and the city's contribution is just over $42 million for the project.
Are there any big ticket additions that are not reimbursable that are part of this project?
Yes, so the MCDI building is not reimbursable. The park, I know, but it's big ticket items that aren't reimbursable as part of the project. The park project, that Article 97 that's been approved, that we're getting started. How much is that, Pete? 2.5 million is not reimbursable, so that's in addition to this. But you know, there are caps that MSBA has that, you know, depending on what we run into, we may have more money that the cities will need to contribute.
The big cap is our building costs are $498 a square foot, and the MSBA contributes $333. So it's 150,000 square foot building. So it's 155,000 times that number, the difference.
I know that we've talked about this issue over and over for a while. You know, the fact that we're being reimbursed at a much lower number than we're actually spending. From my recollection, there has been legislation proposed by the Springfield delegation at the state level to adjust that calculation, correct?
There's been conversations. I'm not sure of legislation. The MSBA board is acutely aware that they're woefully underfunded, not woefully underfunding, but their cap is not matching what the construction needs are. We've certainly talked to the legislature about it because they say it's 80%. 80% actually is not 80%. We're actually paying 44% instead of 20% because of the way the formula works. So I just want to be clear with the council that you know, we're on the hook for 44% of the project.
That one cap is about $25 million.
Say that one more time.
The cap between the construction costs and what they reimburse is $25 million.
The gap.
The gap.
Did you say gap? Okay. Wow. Okay.
Okay, we're on the hook for $25 million plus other costs associated with the project.
Now, you know, first of all, thank you, all of you, for getting us to this point. You know, in my work, when I was working with the in the Massachusetts legislature, we did a tour of actually both of those schools, and I saw firsthand, you know, the conditions in those schools. Homer, I believe, was one of only 3 schools in the city that didn't have a gym or a cafeteria, correct? The other two were Lincoln and Brightwood, which are being addressed as well.
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, just imagine, these elementary school kids not having a cafeteria or a gym. So I'm glad that we're finally moving towards a much better school, and hopefully there won't be any delays. It doesn't seem like there's been any delays related to COVID. So I just want to thank you all for all your hard work in providing this facility, state-of-the-art facility for these kids that need it desperately. Just one final question in terms of what big ticket items are not being reimbursed. So one of the things that I've looked at in the past, and I have actually proposed legislation or helped author legislation at the state level to address this, safe swimming in the public schools. Swimming, not sure if everybody is aware, swimming pools were actually designated a luxury item back, I believe, in 2004 by the MSBA, meaning that it was not reimbursable because it was categorized as a luxury item, not a necessity for the schools. And so they stopped reimbursing for swimming pools. However, when we look at the number of drownings, particularly in the inner city, and young children of color that drown at a much higher rate than non-minority children, it's a public safety issue. It's a safety issue. And so I'm hopeful that at some point that'll be addressed at the state level so that communities, particularly in the inner city, will be reimbursed for swimming pools so that we can teach children how to swim safely. But I'm assuming that that's not part of this. It wasn't part of the consideration for the design and building of this school. And is that something that we even consider for schools in the future?
Not at this point. We haven't considered it because it's outside MSBA reimbursement. They are very specific and very. For example, when we got the roof done at Sci-Tech, they actually calculated the square foot over the pool and disallowed that expense, saying they don't do pools. They just have this hardline stance. And then when we're already on the hook for 44% of the project, if we added a pool, it would just add to the city's cost. And at this point, the DeBerry Homer project, as transformational as it's going to be, it's going to eat up a lot of bond capacity in the next couple of years. Well worth doing. It's just one of those things that, to be realistic, the bond capacity that we have, we've been planning for, so we're ready, but it's just going to be for a couple of years.
It's something that is much better addressed at the state level, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all aware because, this is something that affects our kids' safety. And, I'm hopeful that at some point it will be addressed at the state level. So, again, just thank you for all of your efforts, and I'm glad I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Whitfield.
I just wanted clarification, Pete. Did you say the parks project started or it's going to start or when it's starting?
It started. We're in our second week.
Oh, second week. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor.
This fall.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. If there are no further questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll? This requires a 2/3 roll call vote for passage.
And approving the bond authorization for the MSB construction of Homer DeBerry, Councilor Gomez.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown. Absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, Madam Clerk, on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote, can you please call the roll?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a bond authorization for MSB ARP project.
Is there anyone present to speak to this order?
TJ Plant. We are asking the city council to authorize $3,792,034 for 3 accelerated repair projects with the MSBA program. Frederick Harris would be at a full boiler replacement for $1.8 million. Sumner Ave School will get a partial boiler replacement for $979,000. And Indian Orchard Elementary will get a partial boiler replacement for $945,000 total project. The city's contribution is just over $1 million for the overall projects. Take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this order? Counselor Edwards, sorry.
Yes, thank you. TJ, is it possible for the city councilors, particularly myself and Counselor Allen, which are members of the REO committee, to get an update on the ongoing construction? The REO, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, has not been meeting all summer. And I believe back in at least a month or so ago, asked for a update on the ongoing construction related to hiring women, residents, minorities. And would that be something that could be done? That request was sent directly to Chase Swan and to Hope Button. I believe Councilor Allen may have followed up with a request as well. Could that be something that could be created in a reasonable amount of time and circulated among the council?
Absolutely. We have all that information for the ongoing projects as of right now, so we can get that updated and get it out to the council.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Counselor Edwards. Excellent request. Madam Clerk, on the order.
On approving the bond authorization, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes. The order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order approving increases in Community Preservation Fund specific reserve accounts.
Thank you. Is there anyone present? Mr. McCarroll, can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. It's Bob McCarroll, 96 Elliott Street in Springfield. And I am the chair of the Springfield Community Preservation Committee. This is more of a financial bookkeeping matter. Every year, we're required to have a budget and to put 10% of our expected revenues into reserves for community housing, historic resources, open space, and recreation. And then if at the end of the year, we actually have taken in more than what the Department of Revenue calls a de minimis amount, we have to adjust it. We have to put more money into those reserves. So the fiscal 20 budget that this city council approved last summer was based on, we thought that we were going to have a grand total of about $1,450,000 coming in. $1,300,000 coming from the local surcharge and $150,000 and some change from the state. Well, we did much better than that at the close of fiscal 20. The local surcharge brought in more than $1,500,000, and the state ended up giving us twice as much money as we expected because they took money from the budget surplus and gave it to CPA communities. So what we need to do to bring our reserve more closely into the required 10% is we need to put, I think it's $47,560 into each one of those separate accounts. And this is the order before you that will do that.
Thank you, Mr. McCarroll. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll on this order?
On approving the order, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown, absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on suspending Rule 19 to take this order up in one vote?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? Absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is the Community Preservation FY21 budget.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yep, this is Bob McCarroll again. So what you have before you is the budget for fiscal 21, and it's based on an assumption of revenue coming in at the local level of about $1,568,000. We've been cautioned by the state because of COVID that we need to have a more conservative estimate of how much money they will be giving us come November, and that's $174,720. And then we get interest earned on our accounts. So the grand total of revenue is $1,746,720. Now we're once again putting 10% of this money into the reserves for community housing, historic resources, open and recreational space, and we're asking for $59,550 for administration, which is the work of the committee. And the remainder of the money is in the undesignated reserve.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this order? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the order?
On approving the Community Preservation Committee FY21 budget, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield? Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes. On suspending Rule 19, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On the suspension of Rule 19, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is approving an easement to Bay State Gas Company.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yes, this is an easement for Bay State Gas or Columbia Gas to go through, they have an existing pipe going down Wilbraham Atma Road, and it's going to go into the park and through the park, and it's going to stay in place.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council regarding this order? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on approving this order?
On approving the order for the easement, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos? Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an order authorizing the transfer of care, custody, management, and control of Westside Sylvester Street.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
I'm here to make the presentation. Attorney Melvin Altman, City of Springfield Law Department. I reside at 15 Cedric Street in Springfield. This is an order authorizing the transfer of the care, custody, management, control of 2 foreclosed tax title lots located in the west side of Sylvester Street from the care of the tax title custodian to the Board of Park Commissioners. The Board of Park Commissioners voted to accept custody and control on July 2nd. The parcels are primarily wetlands, they abut Blunt Park and are being maintained.
I missed the last part. Can you just repeat the last part for me, attorney?
The 2 parcels are primarily wetlands. They abut Blunt Park, and they're being maintained by the park department. It's basically an interdepartmental transfer from the tax title custodian, because once it's foreclosed, the tax title custodian has control. If another department wants it, we have to do these council orders so the assessors can change the records. So we just want to change the custody and control to the park department.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments regarding this order from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, this requires a 2/3 roll call vote for passage. Can you please call the roll?
On approving the order for the transfer, care, custody, and management and control, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst.
Yes, the order is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is for the National Needle Building Local Historic District at 55 Emery Street.
Thank you. Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Good evening, all. Walter Kroll, 61 Dartmouth Street, here to speak on behalf of the Springfield Historic Commission.
Thank you.
So
Mr.
before
President,
you,
point of order, if I may, sir. Mr.
Counselor,
President.
yes.
Yes, Councilor David, my apologies, sir. Before we engage on this, out of an abundance of caution, sir, I will recuse myself from this vote.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can we please notate that Councilor Davila is recusing himself from this vote?
President Hurst, he's recusing himself because he's part of the commission.
Not sure why, but he is recusing himself.
Bro, I'm sorry if I asked too many questions.
No, that's all right. Mr. McCarroll, or not Mr. McCarroll, I'm sorry, Mr. Kroll.
no, I that was a very easy mistake. Bob could be speaking. You're right on, Mr. President. So let me first say personally to all you guys do great work, and I appreciate all the time and effort you guys put in. I'm here tonight to talk specifically about the creation of a historic district for 55 Emery Street. Just a quick timeline on this. November 21st of last year, the property owner known as 6 Liberty Street LLC requested a demolition permit for the building. In December 5th of last year, the Historic Commission voted to deny a waiver for the preservation of the historically significant building ordinance, which triggered a 9-month demolition delay, which is still ongoing today through September 5th. January of this year, the Preservation Trust provided a rough draft to the National Needle Building Local Historic Preliminary Report. In January, the City of Springfield Office of Planning and Economic Development, with assistance from the Pioneer Valley Planning Commission, completed the National Needle Building Local Historic Preliminary Report and forwarded it to the Springfield Historic Commission for our review. In February, the Historic Commission approved the National Needle Building Local Historic Preliminary Report, then requested it be forwarded to Mass Historic. In June, following a 60-day review period by Mass Historic and the Springfield Planning Board, the Historic Commission held a public hearing and rendered the decision to approve sending the National Needle Building Local Historic final report to the City Council, and that's why we are today. Why this is significant, why this building is significant. The National Needle Company was founded in 1873. By 1879, it produced 6 million needles every year, both for machining and for hand sewing. It became the largest needle maker in the world. In 1886, the local firm of Richmond and Seabury designed the Romanesque Revival factory building around 1907. In addition, that was made on the Boyle Street side around 1916. Also included the widening of Fulton Street, which is now East Columbus Ave. That necessitated the removal of a portion of the original building. After World War II, a 4th floor was added to the building, and another addition was made along East Columbus. So that's kind of the background of the building and why it's important. The boundaries of the historic itself, it's a single parcel historic district proposed to protect a building that's being threatened by demolition. The National Needle Building is abutted to the east by Boylston Street, which is the rear of the Republican building, to the north by Emery Street, to the west by East Columbus and 91, and to the south by mid-20th century one-story commercial building. Other notes, there are currently 16 historic districts across the city of Springfield, 8 of which are a single building district. Thomas Wasson House, the Bliss House, Immaculate Conception Church, Our Lady of Hope, Willie's Overland Block, the Driscoll Block, the Trinity Block, and the Thurston Munson House. So this is not unusual. There are also over 200 single building historic districts in Massachusetts, in various towns like Lincoln, Somerville, West Springfield. So the creation of a single building district is nothing out of the ordinary.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. Councilor Gomez. See a hand raised in the queue.
Yes, how you doing? Thank you so much. My question is just for the clerk. I've been working with, I know that the commission has been working with Alvin Allen. Alvin Allen has been communicating with me. I'm supposed to be on there as a sponsor of this. We kind of had the same kind of conversation of these single-use districts that Crowell had stipulated just a moment ago. This building, just to give a little bit more context to it, I'll say about 4 years ago, the person that actually was looking for that demolition permit came to the city council with a zone change because it's attached to the Kittredge building. A lot of people have known it as the Kittredge building, but the actual Needle, the Needle building is right next to the Kittredge building. So it looks like it's one building, but it's actually two separate buildings. And the zone change in the beginning was supposedly that he was supposed to develop essentially a hotel or a residential situation there, which never occurred and never happened. And talking to, some of the members of the historic commission in this district to save this building, I know that it's in Ward 1, but it's actually in a place where something amazing could go into this building, that we can move forward and we can protect this type of structure. There's other structures that I've been communicating with some members of the district that in Ward 1 might be coming up. We're trying to identify a lot of these locations, like certain churches that we've already done. But this is one of those buildings that that they believe that we should preserve. I communicated during this process beforehand, kind of with, trying to figure out if anybody would have been against this becoming a historic district. And, it falls outside of there's no kind of neighborhood board that is responsible for this. Patton Street, that's right outside of Boylston, right over 291, that's New North Citizens Council. And then the newly formed Lower Liberty Heights Neighborhood Council, right there on Franklin. That it stops kind of around Chestnut Street, and then Aqua stops right there, kind of in downtown. So this is kind of in a district that is, one, commercial. There's no residents around that area, and it's kind of just a freestanding building right next to the highway. For the most part, I would love to see something gorgeous, or maybe moving forward, some kind of art space for people to be able to live and also work in this kind of in this historic building. But that's the reason why I'm planning to support this, and also if our clerk can make sure that I am the sponsor on this historic district. So and that's all that I have.
I'll make sure, Counselor.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez, and thank you, Attorney Davis. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Leonard.
Mr. President, I didn't realize that for some reason I was thinking about a different location when I saw the address on this building, but I did see the picture and the agenda just now, and I know exactly what building we're talking about. A few years ago, the city council voted, as Councilor Gomez mentioned, to approve a zone change at this very location because we were proposed with an idea that the owner of this building was going to start raising the funds to build I believe it was a 15-story twin tower at this very location. It was supposed to be a 4-story garage and then 2 twin 11-story buildings. One of them was going to be a hotel. The other one was going to be apartments. And I remember it very vividly because I was very excited about the proposal. And it was around the same time that MGM had changed their original proposal for a 25-story building. So I was excited about the idea that this would be, excited about the prospect of having another high-rise downtown. Unfortunately, the owner of the location apparently was not able to raise the fund. He ran into some issues with funding. And then he proposed that this location and this building be raised so that to attract a buyer. I believe that was what I read in the paper recently. I think it would be sort of counterproductive where we took a vote years ago to change the zoning at this location. Knowing that would result in the elimination of this building. The city council has already voted to eliminate this building, and essentially, right, by taking that vote, and we voted to approve the idea of building something new at that location. So I don't know how we can then, a few years later, turn around and vote in the opposite. And say that now we want to save the building. Especially without hearing from the building owner himself. Mr. President, I don't believe that we should take a vote until we hear from the owner about what his intention is with this building, and who knows, he might be closer to actually building something there that we know. So my request would be that we continue this matter. And or send it to committee, Mr. President, until we can have a conversation with the owner. This is a very attractive piece of land. Several years ago, this was discussed as possibly being a location for a minor league ballpark. And there have been other ideas. There was a casino proposal right around this location that I believe which covered this piece of land. So it's a very attractive piece of land. It's a very attractive location. Currently, the Massachusetts DCAM is, I'm not certain that they're actively looking for, but they will be eventually looking for a new location for a courthouse for the Hamden County, for Hamden County, and this could potentially be one of those locations. The city of Springfield is eventually going to be looking to build a new police station, for example. Who says that this could not be a location for that? It's a very attractive piece of land. There are a myriad of things that it can be used for. I'm encouraged by some of the spin-offs that we've seen from the casino. Unfortunately, has been, and again, the proposal, the 15-story proposal was a spin-off of the casino. So I'm not ready. I'm not certain that I'm ready to vote on this tonight. I want to hear from the owner, and I want to hear what other options are being proposed and what other options he has in mind for this lot.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez.
Ramos.
Councilor Ramos. Councilor Letterman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you to Commissioner Kroll and Alvin Allen and everybody who's worked on the proposal up until this point. I had an opportunity to actually be present at the Historic Commission hearing when the demo delay was brought up on the agenda. And what was sort of very striking to me in that hearing, which is available for folks to listen to, is that the individual who owns the building made it clear in that hearing, and I won't propose to speak for the individual, but it's a matter of public record, that his intent was simply to demolish the building and market for sale the empty piece of land. And so, that was what encouraged me to speak actually in favor of upholding the demo delay, because essentially what we are seeing is an action of, do we want to see a vacant piece of land marketed, or do we want to see a historic property marketed? Now, if there was an active proposal as to what could potentially be built on that site, if there was a deal in place or there was already a planned reuse for the site, then I think it would certainly be something to consider. But at the moment, we're talking about creating another vacant piece of land in downtown. And I personally have always been a believer that, you know, our historic architecture really can actually be a catalyst to future development. And so I think it's important to maintain the piece of property, given that there is not a proposed reuse. I certainly understand and hear concerns relative to other possible uses, but that could be said of any piece of vacant property across the city of Springfield. So I think we have a chance to prevent a piece of history from being lost and to be really creating something that in the future could complement or be a piece of prime development using you know, a piece of our past. So I'm prepared to support it this evening. I think especially with the work that's gone in from the Historic Commission and Mass Historic, and it's not an easy process to justify a historic district. So the fact that the state has signed off on it, our local commissioners have signed off on it, for me, I'm comfortable to move forward.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman, Councilor Gomez, followed by Councilor Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really do. I'm going to be honest. Like I hear the concerns of Councilor Ramos, but where we are at the moment is that demolition delay of the 9 months and us being in summer sessions could preempt the fact that once that day comes upon us, is that building could be demolished in its present time. You know, I don't know if we can take this on, because I think there's a 3-step process to create a historic district, Mr. President. So this would pass into first step, and I think we would have to hear it again, second and third, which it would fall under economic development. And I think that I can hold a meeting for it, which I'm more than welcome to have this economic development meeting, which we can have these conversations. I think that, you know, moving forward, like Councilor Letterman said, there has been a lot of extensive work, and in the process of trying to communicate with this gentleman that owns the building. But moreover, I think that we can, you know, understand that, you know, if we don't push him to create something, then what we can lose is a gem, something of historical significance that we could save here in the city of Springfield. But with that being said, like I said, I don't object to holding a meeting after, but I think that I don't know the time frame. I know that Mr. Crow had alluded to it, so I don't know if he can answer a little bit to that on the time frame on the demo delay, and us being in summer sessions, where this would come up and where are we going to be at by the time we get to 3rd and 4th if we look at the time frame of doing this with the demo delay of creating the this historic district.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Mr. Kroll, did you want to speak to the time frame at all?
September,
as mentioned by Councilor Gomez.
September 5th is what I have here, but Alvin Allen is on as well. So if you need to ask any direct questions to Mr. Allen, he's on.
Mr. Allen, can you please state your name and address for the record, and then just speak to the time frame, which I think Councilor Gomez alluded to?
Yes, good evening, councilors. My name is Alvin Allen, staff person in the Office of Planning. Again, I am the staff to the Springfield Historical Commission. My home address is 29 Lively Lane, Springfield, Mass. And I can confirm that the 9-month demo delay ends September 5th. However, there may be some sort of caveat to that with dealing with COVID. There may be some time frame that's added on due to the governor's delaying of, I'm not sure what the wording is, but his delaying of matters during COVID-19.
Thank you. We have Councilor Whitfield with her hand raised, followed by Councilor Walsh.
Thank you very much. I'm just trying to get clarification, Alvin or Walter, on the process. So if we voted this as a historic building, does the owner have to keep the building and then pay taxes on the building? How's that work?
Yes, they would have to preserve the structure.
They have to preserve the structure.
That's correct.
Do you know what the current tax obligation is now?
I cannot speak to that.
Okay. So I have a few questions. Like, if the owner, just listening to what Councilor Ramos said, if the owner was going to get rid of the building, or just want to sell it or don't want it, now if we make it a historic district, that person is forced to keep it and pay taxes on it. Like, I'm just a little bit confused there.
So, Counselor, I see Phil Dromey with his hand raised. I'd imagine that he might have an answer to your question. If not, we'll defer to somebody who does.
Yeah, just quickly, I don't have an answer to the tax, what the tax amount is for the property, but I did want to clarify about the demolition.
Okay.
Creating a historic district doesn't necessarily mean he has to keep the building. What it means is he would have to apply to the historical commission to demolish it, and make the case to the commission to then vote on it. Right now, if it's not a district, he's under the 9-month, but as soon as that expires, he can demolish it without anybody's approval. So while it does add another level, it doesn't necessarily mean that he has to keep the building. He has to apply and get permission by the historical commission in order to demolish.
So he just has another layer of procedures that he has to go through.
Correct, and obviously the commission has the ability to deny that request as well.
And my question is to Walter. I wasn't on the historical meeting. What would folks see this building being if we did vote this into a historical district?
The idea behind development in historic districts or historic buildings like this is, I mean, you're trying to preserve a piece of history, but what the use can become, the flip side of the burden is the benefit, which would be historic tax credits. So when you see old buildings like this that fall into historic and you designate them as historic, I mean, you heard some of that mentioned already here with Adam. It could be, higher end apartments. It could be affordable living apartments. It can become a lot of things. Typically, it will become some type of housing. It could be a commercial use, but it does open the door for historic tax credits.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. Interestingly enough, my questions are following right along with Councilor Whitfield. I don't know the full story on this, but I'd be very uncomfortable taking somebody's property away without them having been involved in the discussions. That makes me very uncomfortable. I mean, if they want to get rid of the building, they'd have to apply to the Historic Commission, even though they owned it. I see a lot of problems there. I don't know how long the individual has owned it, or if he's been reached out to and is unresponsive, but I'm a little bit concerned about taking somebody's property without notice. But if that's not the case, please educate me.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Is there anyone who put forth or sponsored this order that might be able to respond? Mr. Kroll or Mr. Allen?
I can say that there were 2 historical commission meetings, June 4th as well as June 18th, public hearings on this particular matter. The owner was notified 2 weeks prior to June 4th, and we have not heard from the property owner.
How long has he owned it?
That I'm not sure. I don't have that information.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to follow up on one of the questions that Councilor Whitfield had asked, and Phil did a good job clarifying it. But also, I wanted to say, I mean, the owner still has the option to sell the property. He just can't. He can't knock the property down without approval of the Historic Commission. And so I think it sort of comes back to, are we interested in seeing a vacant piece of land marketed for development, or are we interested in seeing a historic property marketed for development, which, you know, to Commissioner's point may come with additional opportunities for funding to be utilized by a potential buyer or by the current owner. But I think for me, it comes down to not wanting to see additional vacant land with no proposed reuse at this time, combined with losing a historic asset. And, you know, we've seen, in addition to housing develop in other parts of the country, and even here in Springfield, we've seen historic properties of this nature reused in very creative ways. You see urban artisan farms, you see artist colonies, you see opportunities for community service to come out of them. And so, you know, to the point of if a future higher and best use came along, it could certainly be considered. But in the meantime, I would feel more comfortable being able to market what I think Springfield markets very well, which is our historic architecture. And, you know, one other piece just to note is, you know, when the original historic districts were created many years before I was on the council, and most of us were, which include, you know, Forest Park Heights, McKnight, where several of us live, you know, similar concerns were raised about, well, you know, this is, you know, people's private property, but what led to the creation of those districts where many of us live was the idea that you had a higher public benefit by maintaining historic assets in the city than you did by seeing them leveled without protection. So I'm hopeful we can see it come forward. And I am surprised to hear that the owner has refused to participate in the process. He certainly was at the original hearing and made his plans pretty clear at that. But you know,
but you don't know why.
Participation certainly should come.
Thank you,
and to Councilor Walsh's point, certainly I think, you know, we're entering a multi-step process, so we do have opportunity to clarify.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Walsh.
Mr. President, I don't want to undermine the work that the Historical Commission has done. I appreciate everything that they've done in working for this proposal, and I appreciate all the great work that they do for the city. But I just don't feel comfortable taking a vote on this issue without speaking to the owner first, regardless of whether or not he was notified. I mean, we have to give him more time to be able to respond. And we don't know what his circumstances are. We don't know why he was unavailable for tonight's meeting, and this is a decision that can have a huge impact on his rights as a property owner and on his financial circumstances. And without having him before us to answer questions and to give us his opinion, at least, I just don't feel comfortable taking this vote tonight. So I'm hopeful that we can send it to committee, have a conversation with the owner, and then we can move forward.
Are you making a motion, Councilor Ramos?
Mr. President, I would like to discuss this in committee. I feel comfortable with Councilor Gomez's offer to hold a subcommittee meeting before steps 1 and 2. So I'm not going to make a motion at this time. If it's the will of the body to take first step tonight, that's fine. And I feel comfortable with Councilor Gomez holding a meeting before we take our next step and finalize it.
So maybe so I can get some clarity, Attorney Davis, what are the steps for this order? I keep hearing this might be a 3-step process, and so I might be a bit confused. So as a point of order, or maybe it's Attorney Moore. Can one of you possibly speak to how many steps this requires? I mean, I might be a bit confused here.
So, Counselor, to be fair, I'm not certain if it required, I assumed it was just an order, so it was one step, but I may be incorrect in that.
Well, Attorney Moore, can you speak to that at all? Thank you, Attorney Davis.
Mr. President, we're talking about item number 35, is that correct?
Yes.
On our agenda, okay. So I'm looking at our agenda posting, and it really just, it's a matter in response. I'm not sure, is this an actual request to establish a district? Because it does not, from the order titling, I can't really tell from that. So I'm not sure if Madam Clerk can just clarify that for me.
I'm sorry, Attorney Moore, can you repeat that question?
I'm just asking, if this is the request to amend the district, or is that what they're requesting to do? I'm just looking at the title on the agenda, and I just had trouble telling.
The request is to create a local historic district.
Create a new district, okay. So the creation of the new district, let me just punch this up quick. I was actually looking at this the other day.
I could interject. In past creating local historic districts, it's been 3 steps.
So thank you, Mr. Allen. We will wait on Attorney Moore to verify for us, although that sounds like that is an inclusion that we're going to
the state statute talks about a majority vote, and then we have an ordinance that deals with it specifically. So I think Mr. Allen is probably correct in that, but I'll just verify it.
Is that what the order says?
So why don't we take a 2-minute recess and we'll reconvene at 8:54 without objection. Or I'm sorry, we'll take a 3-minute recess and reconvene at 8:55.
Mr. Clerk, I have an answer for us, and I'm ashamed to say it was probably way more simple than I was making it.
Thank you. Okay. All right. It's now 8:55. We will, or let me focus. Springfield, are we ready to resume?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Attorney Moore.
Yes, I apologize. I, as usual, probably complicated a very simple matter. Mr. Allen's correct. We're really amending an ordinance. So like amending any ordinance, we got to take 3 steps to do it. I should have thought of that just off its face, and I think I was looking into it too in depth. So yes, it is a 3-step process similar to any amendment we do for any ordinance.
Got it. Okay. So with that said, Councilor Walsh, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain concerned about property rights here. And let me ask Attorney Moore, what happens to the owner's rights if we pass first step?
Well, the ordinance would not go into effect until you finish 3rd step. So there would be no infringement on a right until you had the actual law pass and take effect. So, because it is possible you take 1st step and then within 2nd or 3rd, there's debate, it gets sent to committee and ultimately does not pass. So until you pass it, it doesn't have any lawful effect.
Okay, yeah, I remain concerned. I think it's I remain concerned about using somebody's property. I don't want to say against their will, but without their knowledge. I'm very concerned about that.
Thank you, Councilor Walsh. Councilor Gomez, followed by Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have kind of a little bit of extensive history dealing with this gentleman and trying to, because the first time when he came to the council, Councilor Ramos had stated, if some could remember, at the time he was represented by our former colleague Tim Ryan, and no longer at this moment. During this time when the delay happened, I communicated because Councilor Ryan was part of the council still when these conversations were happening about the demo delay. He no longer represented this gentleman, and it was kind of a conflicting kind of area of trying to get him like in the room, trying to work with the gentleman, understand what was going on. So now at this point, it's because of the non-communication over this time. I believe you put the responsibility on this commission and why this commission was created. It's like having an absentee landlord, right? And this absentee landlord has not communicated, has not spoken up. We tend to try to work and try to communicate and alert him that these other meetings were going on through the commission. I think moving forward, moving to first step maybe would put a fire in him that he would want to come to the meeting so that we can have the discussion. I think that, I'm not in objection of not having a meeting, but I think moving to first step knowingly that we went through this with Colony Heights, right? We moved to first step. It took us a little while to get it done. And then once we get into 2nd and 3rd step, before we get to that point, we can probably talk about all this stuff in committee. But I think that moving to first step shows a seriousness that we want some kind of answer when it comes to this. I know that we've heard from the commission, the historic commission, but maybe this would alert him, or we'll have some kind of communication of a concern that we want to move forward with what's going on with this district or this proposed district. And I think we have plenty of time from what Mr. Allen had told us, that maybe there is some push. We can wait because of the COVID and some moratoriums, which and if we don't have that on our neck when it comes to that 9-month demo delay for September 5th, and I think in that time, he can come back and tell us if there is a moratorium that exists during that meeting. But I think moving first step, just shows a little bit of activity that we're all really willing and ready to, because we're not taking away his district. We're asking them to let's move forward with something. But essentially, I think protecting the district moving forward, it's not a protection on the rest of the building. He can knock down the rest of the building. It's just a certain part of the building that he's not going to be able, he's going to have to ask permission if it was to get passed after second and third step. And then there's still a time frame after it goes into effect. It doesn't go in immediately. So it's just like an ordinance in itself, but that's all that I have.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. On passing first step on amending this ordinance, Councilor Letterman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 points. Number one is a question on timing. If it's a three-step process, even if we take the first step tonight or whether we don't, our next scheduled regular meeting is not until September 14th. And I know Mr. Allen had just indicated that we would see the demo delay expire on September 5th. And so I'm just wondering if Attorney Moore, Mr. Allen, or Mr. Dromey might be able to give some insight into if the fact that a historic district is being considered or that the Historic Commission has begun any type of action, if that protects the building in the meantime. Then the second piece that I would just point out also is relative to something that you see in urban environments, and I'm not saying that is necessarily the case here, but something we should be cognizant of is that we don't want to see people walking around knocking down buildings to devalue their properties while they prepare them for development. And I just think when we're talking about creating vacant lots in downtown, we should be cognizant of that. I do think it's just something to consider. So with that said, though, on the situation relative to the September 5th deadline, what position are we in with regard to that?
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Either Attorney Moore or Phil Dromey, if either of you might be able to speak to that question.
Just quick, Mr. President, and then I'll let Phil talk. I'm not aware of any legal, I guess, adjustment to status that takes into account the debate over like a potential future historic district. I don't believe that there's anything within the demo delay ordinance that speaks to that. Phil, maybe you could add more to that piece of it, but I'm not aware of anything that transfers over until you actually establish a historic district and creates its own requirements therein. But until the vote passage, it's really all just potential, and it doesn't have effect.
Yeah, I mean, I could only speak to the fact that, I've been in a number of meetings with other kind of communities talking about the effect of the governor's emergency declaration, which kind of delayed kind of the timelines on public hearings. And one of the conversations was, does this affect a demo delay ordinance? And there was kind of one of the lawyers in the meeting said it did, one of the lawyers said it didn't. So I think we would need some clarification on whether, because the demo delay is an ordinance, and because with the governor's declaration of kind of extending those deadlines because of this COVID, I would need clarification about whether that would apply to the demo delay ordinance and then extend it from the September 5th deadline. But I don't know that without kind of having a larger discussion.
Thank you, Phil. Councilor Letterman, did that suffice?
Well, it suffices, but I think it leaves us in a precarious position. It actually, regardless of whether the order passes tonight, it leaves us in a precarious position where this property would be unprotected. It would be unprotected for a number of weeks prior to entering any protection if the council saw fit. And so, the only way to counter that would be if we were to hold additional meetings, which I don't envision necessarily being the case, or certainly at least none are scheduled as of now. So, just something for whether it passes or goes to committee, something for that committee to consider is the timeline of it, and whatever the will of the body certainly will be, we'll have to consider that.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Curran.
President, I do want to speak, but I'll yield to the other two councilors who have their hand raised who haven't spoken. And then if you don't mind, I'll speak after them.
Absolutely. Councilor Curran and Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to kind of echo what Orlando Ramos is proposing. I mean, this is going to be a major impediment to the gentleman who has that property to zone it historical at this time. That said, I am aware of the timeline, and Councilor Liederman is right. It would give him some time maybe to demolish it. I guess to Phil Dromey, I mean, would he be able to get a demolition permit within that short of a period and get it done? And then would we be unable to stop such a matter?
I mean, theoretically, yeah. I mean, once the demo delay ordinance is expired, because he's technically already submitted his demolition permit to the building department. That's what starts the timeline. Once that demolition permit is submitted to the building department, they stamp it denied, and that triggers the 9-month delay. So technically, if the demo delay were to end on September 5th, he could theoretically go into the building department on September 6th. And
has there been, Phil, one more question. Has there been any input from like the neighbors down there? I know property owners. I know the Republicans trying to sell their building. That's in that area. Wayfinders just built a nice property there. But is there anybody saying, hey, this is going to be a problem for other parcels?
Not that I'm aware of.
A butter's been notified of this historic district, or?
Oh yeah. I mean, just for Councilor Walsh's information as well, that the owner and the abutters are absolutely notified of this process. This is not done without the owner's knowledge. So he has more than the opportunity, as was done with all the, we've gone through this, as was mentioned by Mr. Kroll, on a number of issues. The Sacred Heart Church, they were not too happy when we created that district. And so all the owners of properties that are being created into districts for historic are notified of the process and have the opportunity to attend not only the city council meetings, but the historic commission meetings as well.
Well, I guess I would be of the opinion, again, with catering Orlando, that, to vote on this without the property owner present is not something that I would like to do. However, though, Councilor Liederman does bring a great point. If we don't, and as well as Councilor Gomez and Councilor Whitfield, that if we don't get moving on this, maybe perhaps the owner is, just kind of playing a game here. So I would be inclined to vote for the historic district, with the knowledge that we got to have 2 other meetings on it. And at that time, if the owner does avail himself to the city council, perhaps we can have a discussion with him.
Thank you, Councilor Curran.
Thoughts?
Thank you, Councilor Curran. Councilor Allen? You got to unmute yourself, Councilor Allen.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks, Mr. President. It seems to me that there's a path here. It seems to me nobody wants this building to get torn down, and there's some risk of it getting torn down. So it seems to me the thing to do, the gentleman hasn't arrived at 2 different meetings, is not here tonight. Adam seems to have a relationship with him and knows him. I don't see the risk in voting step 1 tonight, first step tonight, maybe asking President Hurst if we could put steps 2 and 3 at the back end of the hearings meeting, which is 5 weeks from tonight. And then we would have passed it before September 5th or 6th, and he would have had 5 weeks of notice on top. There's no risk with step 1, first step. Doesn't seem to be any risk there. Attorney Moore just told us that. So, we need to protect, if we want to protect the property, that seems the way to go. If we're concerned on August 20th or whatever the night it is of that next meeting, then we don't vote for it that night. But getting it started tonight seems to be the pathway to potentially saving the property if we're concerned about demolition.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Councilor Ramos.
So, President, I'm conflicted because I still want to hear from the property owner. I understand that the argument about the timeline I don't by any means want to jeopardize the timeline that may end up jeopardizing the property itself. I'm conflicted because typically when we take first step on an issue, even though it's just first step, you have to. I mean, for me, I only vote in favor of first step if I support the item. I'm not sure that I can make that determination again without speaking to the owner, without hearing from the owner. I can't make a determination on whether or not I'm going to support this until I hear from him. We don't know what his circumstances are. I mean, he could be sick for all we know, and we don't. And we're here making a decision from on his property that he's invested a lot of money into, that he pays property taxes on, that he purchased, that he hasn't been able to redevelop because it's almost beyond repair. So without hearing from him, I guess I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. If everybody else wants to, if the will of the body is to take first step tonight, that's fine. I probably won't vote for it. I would much rather have it sent to committee so that we can have a committee meeting. I mean, ideally, I think to Councilor Allen's point, we can take first step at the hearings meeting, and hold a committee meeting between now and then, if that's the case. So I'm conflicted. I don't know. I initially, when I raised my hand, I was going to make a motion to committee, but I guess if someone else makes a motion to committee, I'll support it. That would be my preference, but I don't know. I'm conflicted, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos, Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Walsh.
I defer to Councilor Walsh.
Councilor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will make a motion to send it to committee because even though this property owner has been absent, he still owns the property. And as Councilor Ramos said, has been paying taxes on it. And I am very uncomfortable about creating, I'm sure in the long run we'll end up voting for this historic commission, but not until we know for sure what the property owner's intentions are. So I would like to see this go to committee, and Councilor Gomez has already said he'd have a meeting. We could do it quickly, and everything's being delayed now because of COVID. So, we may not have to worry about deadlines because they may be delayed.
So there's a motion made by Councilor Walsh to send this item to committee. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion, Mr. President.
Seconded by Councilor Ramos. Is there any discussion on the motion? I want to circle back to Councilor Allen. We did not get the opportunity to speak. Councilor Allen, did you want to speak on the motion, or would you like for us to dispose of the motion first?
I would just reiterate what I said before, that I don't see any risk or any disrespect to voting on a first step tonight, nor any disrespect to the owner, who has apparently not come to 3 meetings he's been invited to, what I can tell. And since there's a bailout opportunity a month from now and you need 2 more votes, I think the risk is, if we are concerned about the business, and why don't we take a step without putting anybody in a corner, and position ourselves for a vote to save the building, if that's what people want to do. I don't see the risk in that. If somebody could point it out to me, I'd like to know what it is. But so I would not be supporting a move to committee.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. There's a motion made by Councilor Walsh, seconded by Councilor Ramos. Councilor Gomez, I saw your hand raised, and then it looks like it just came down. Are you all set, or can we take the vote on the motion?
We could take the vote on the motion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
On sending the item to committee, Councilor Gomez.
No.
No. Councilor Whitfield?
No.
No. Councilor Davila? Councilor Davila? Absent. Councilor Fenton? Absent. Councilor Curran?
No.
No. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
No.
No. Counselor Letterman?
No, and Counselor Davila had recused himself.
I'm sorry?
I am a no, Madam Clerk, and just Counselor Davila, I believe, recused himself at the beginning of this.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry
yes.
about that, Counselor Davila. Counselor Edwards?
No.
No. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
No. On taking first step, Madam Clerk, if there are no further questions from the council,
On
please call
taking
the,
first, I'm
please call
sorry.
the roll. No, that's all right. I was just trying to give folks an opportunity. Please call the roll.
On taking first step, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila, recused. Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Karen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
No.
No. Counselor Williams, absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, first step on the amendment to this ordinance is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a special act related to outstanding fines, fees, penalties related to fireworks.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item? Attorney Moore?
Thank you, Mr. President. Attorney Thomas Moore, Associate City Solicitor, Alwyn Place, Springfield, Mass. I'm here to discuss the proposed special act before you, which provides an additional enforcement mechanism for the city to mitigate unlawful use of fireworks by allowing unpaid outstanding fireworks-related ordinance citations to be attached to motor vehicles owned by the ticketed party. In this case, if the act is passed by the city council and signed by the mayor, it would be sent to the Massachusetts General Court for passage. And if it's passed by the General Court, it then goes to the governor to sign. So upon the governor's signature, it would take effect. And it is, again, an act that kind of seeks to, where possible, attach unpaid citations for fireworks violations to motor vehicles within the city.
So thank you, Attorney Moore. As I read Rule 16A on special acts, it says that any special home rule legislation order shall, upon its filing with the city clerk, be referred to the appropriate board, commission, or department for an opinion and recommendation to be filed with the clerk within 10 calendar days. Madam Clerk, have we done this yet regarding this special act? Has
So
this occurred?
I received the report from Attorney Moore this evening. I can forward that to the counselors now, but I did just receive the report.
Okay. So would you say that's
But counselors do not have that report yet. It was not placed onto the agenda.
okay? So it seems to me that it might make sense to continue this item, Madam Clerk, until counselors have an opportunity to take a look at that report. Does that make sense on your end, Madam Clerk, in accordance with the rule?
Yes, and I will forward that to the counselors tonight for their review.
Counselor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question on when you read that rule, what is the exact commission that it would go to, respectfully, or the commission or committee that it would go to for us to have a recommendation?
It sounds like it was supposed to go to the law department. It seems as though it has, and that Attorney Moore has submitted to us what it was that was supposed to be submitted to us in advance of this meeting. Is that accurate, Attorney Moore? I don't want to.
Yeah, Mr. President, I think that's
Attorney
right.
Moore, I'm sorry, Attorney Moore sent it to me, but then he edited it. So I want to make sure you guys get the correct version.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. No, that's correct, Mr. President. Oftentimes, special act gets originated from a specific department. That's why the language kind of reads like that, or a specific commission. In this case, it's sponsored by the mayor's office, so those go to the city solicitor, and that's why it ends up coming from my office. My apologies to the members. I haven't filed a special act in a little while, so I was looking at the paperwork necessary, and I didn't submit the report along with the rest of the stuff until Attorney Davis called my attention to the matter. So my mistake certainly wasn't intentional.
No, Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to continue it. I respect the spirit of the ordinance or the proposed home rule petition. No foul intended. July 4th is over, but this fireworks stopped. But moving forward, I plan on learning more and working, with you a little bit. I think that it's important, but just a little bit more education on that topic. So I'm looking forward to that email. So my motion is to continue.
So there's a motion to continue this item made by Councilor Gomez. Is there a second to this item?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Whitfield. On the motion, Councilor Davila, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Just maybe just directly related to the motion, but so we're sending this to my understanding is they should have been sent to their commission before it came to us today. Is that correct?
I don't believe it was supposed to go in front of any commission, Counselor. I think what happens is when the special act gets filed by whoever's sponsoring it, it gets sent for a report or recommendation from sort of the originating department or whatever commission it came from. So in this case, it really would come from the sponsor, and that was the mayor's office. So, the procedure from here would be if the council were looking to take a look at the report and recommendations and evaluate that before acting, it would really just end up on the next council agenda. And then, the councilors could ask further questions, and I'll be there, of course, to help answer any of those. And then, they could consider action at that time.
And does the report that the president was just talking about is going to be forwarded to us in a while?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and it's a very basic report. It really just gives you the text of what the special act is and a very quick procedural piece in there. If there's any questions or concerns any of the members have, please feel free to just email me or call me directly. I'd be happy to kind of talk through it with you guys if there's anything specific you had in mind.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. If there are no further questions from the council, there's a motion on the floor made by Councilor Gomez, seconded by Councilor Whitfield. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on sending this item to, or on continuing this item?
On continuing the special act, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. This item will be continued. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an ordinance limitation on fireworks or pyrotechnics. The first step was taken at the meeting on June 22nd. It's on for second and third step.
Thank you. Is there anyone wishing to take this out of committee? Councilor Davila.
Motion, sorry.
Councilor Davila?
I yield to Councilor Gomez.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss you, Councilor Gomez? I missed your hand raised, sir. Are you wishing
No,
to
no,
take
I was
this
just
out of committee?
motioning to take it out of committee so we can hear it and move forward with it.
Okay, sounds good. Councilor Gomez has requested, looks like there are a number of hands raised in the queue. I'd imagine there is a point of order here. Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Letterman. Councilor Ramos.
Mr. President, I can't remember exactly what the What the rule is, I don't have them in front of me, but I do support the motion to take it out of committee. This was assigned to my committee. Unfortunately, we weren't able to meet. However, I did have a great conversation with the author of the ordinance. I support it 100%, and I have no objection to taking it out of committee.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. The rule as it reads is if after 30 days a matter referred to a committee is not reported upon, any member may recall such matter from the committee. So I believe that means any member of the council. Is that accurate, Attorney Davis? Or does it need to be a member from the actual committee?
It can be any counselor.
That's what I thought. Councilor Letterman, did you have a
Yeah, Mr.
point of-
Chairman, thank you. Just a quick point of order, which was relative to the step that we took at the last meeting on this. I had remembered that we had passed first step on this at the last meeting. And I think I know that we did discuss having a committee meeting, but I'm just wondering for future reference, when it passes first step, I thought it sort of automatically just appears on the next agenda.
Go ahead, Attorney
I'm
Davis.
sorry. The notes that I have, I agree with Councilor Letterman that for this one, first step was taken and it was sent to, it was going to be discussed in committee. And for the following ordinance, that it was sent right to committee and first step was not taken.
So
for this one, I have that first step was taken.
got it. So to your point, Councilor Letterman, you're saying that it should have already appeared on the agenda. Is that your point, Councilor Letterman?
I just wanted to clarify if that was proper or not, just to, for future, unless it had changed or if I misunderstood it. So, and it's fine for tonight, but I just wanted to understand it. I didn't want to make sure I hadn't missed anything.
No, fair enough. That probably was my mistake. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, did you already call item number 37, as it looks like it is out of committee? And if
I did, Councilor.
Councilor Ramos, sir.
Yes, Mr. President. So no motion necessary. That this item should have been on the agenda, and no motion necessary to take it out of committee. Is that correct?
My thought process is that I would make the motion since it is under unfinished business, and certainly next time I will be a little bit more cognizant of when we've taken first step and when we haven't. So, so for the sake of this particular item, we might as well take the motion made by Councilor Gomez. Is that accurate, Councilor? Seconded by Councilor Whitfield. Do we normally vote on these, Attorney Davis? It's getting late for me, clearly, to take out of committee. Do we need a motion?
No, Councilor. Any Councilor can. We should take a vote because it's a motion being made by a Councilor.
Got it. Okay, so a motion made by Councilor Gomez, seconded by Councilor Whitfield. Can you please call the roll on taking this out of committee?
On taking the item out of committee, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton, absent. Councilor Karen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams, absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown, absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Is there anyone present to speak to this item on second and third step? Councilor Davila, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for to my colleagues for bringing this out of committee. And I'm looking to get second and third step tonight. Granted that July 4th is over, but we do hear from time to time, we still hear fireworks being set off throughout the city. I just have a question, Mr. President, to the clerk, if I may. I'm looking through the agenda and I don't see the amended version of the ordinance on the agenda.
Councilor, I will amend it when the steps are taken and it's finalized.
Oh, it's finalized. Okay, but just to be clear, so the amendments that we made are already, just procedurally, that's what I'm thinking, because I don't see here, but the amendments are there, and we just take second and third step and we'll finalize, correct?
Yes, I have the final amendments. I'll finalize it and I'll make sure you get the final copy as well.
Very well. Thank you. So I would love to, Mr. President, I would love to pass this tonight, and so that we can move on to addressing this particular issues throughout the city. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Davila. Are there any other questions or comments from the council regarding second and third step of this ordinance? Councilor Gomez.
I know it's been a long night. I just want to say I'm looking forward to supporting this. I just want to thank Councilor Davila for putting this forward. And this is just the first step of us taking care of this issue. And we're just codifying something that all of us and everyone, one of the residents want to see action. So with that being said, I look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Are there any other questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on invoking Rule 22C to take this ordinance, to take second and third step together?
Suspending Rule 22C. Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Thank you, Councilor Davila, for your hard work. Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown? Absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes. Do we need a, I apologize, Madam Clerk. Do we need a second vote on passing the actual ordinance itself, second and third step?
Yes, Councilor. Unfortunately, we do.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's
Can you
fine.
please call the roll?
On taking second and third step together, Councilor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield?
Yep.
Yep. Councilor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton absent. Councilor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos? Councilor Ramos? Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams absent. Councilor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown absent. Councilor Hurst?
Yes, the ordinance is approved. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is an ordinance for Police Commissioner and Community Police Hearing Board.
Thank you.
It
Is there any?
was referred to committee at the last meeting.
Thank you. Is there any action being taken on this tonight? I believe it's in Public Safety Committee, correct?
My committee, Mr. President, no action.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a resolution to support of Holyoke Soldiers Home.
Is there anyone present to speak to this resolution?
Mr. President, in light of some information that might be coming to on Thursday, I've chosen to lay this on the table and then pick it back up once we have some more information, because there's still some investigations and some pending litigation, which we support our veterans. We honor our veterans. I just want to make sure that I'm being careful and not jumping ahead of things. But for the most part, we understand that we are a Veterans Council. This council supports veterans, but we just want to wait for a little bit more information that's supposed to be released before Thursday, so then we go forward with a resolution that's sound and something that we can all be supportive of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. There is a motion to table this item made by Councilor Gomez. Is there a second to that motion? I'm sorry, was that made by you, Councilor Whitfield?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a motion made to table this item by Councilor Gomez, seconded by Councilor Whitfield. Madam Clerk, is there any discussion on the motion? Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on tabling this item?
On tabling the resolution, Councilor Gomez.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Whitfield.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Davila.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Fenton absent. Councilor Curran.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Ramos.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Walsh.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Williams absent. Councilor Allen.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Letterman.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Edwards.
Yes.
Yes. Councilor Brown absent. Councilor Hurst.
Yes, this item will be tabled. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a resolution entitled Reform, Shift, and Build Act.
Is there anyone present to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. President. I will speak to the item. Thank you. I just wanted to give a little bit of overview before reading the resolution. I just wanted to say, as a Black woman, a mother, a grandmother, an aunt and friend, and with what's going on with all the national high-profile racial cases, including the death of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and others, and all the other racial injustices throughout the country, folks cannot use their voice. Their voices cannot be heard in many of the Black families, and even families that are experiencing domestic violence and other struggles. And so today I want to use my voice to talk about qualified immunity. It's one that I can't get my head around, because to me, the question is it fair to all people, or does it just protect public officials and police and not the victims? So a little background on qualified immunity. It's a court-made doctrine. It's not legislatively passed law that shields public officials and police from being held accountable to their victims. It protects these groups even when they blatantly and seriously violates people's rights, including by use of excessive force and resulting in physical harm and even death. Because of qualified immunity, victims do not get a fair chance at justice when they have clearly been violated. And as it stands, the burden of proof is on the victim. That is not fair. Their legal team have to prove that an officer did the same exact thing under the same exact circumstances and was found by the court to be in violation of the law. And in some cases, when the circumstances have not been precisely the same, the courts have blocked the lawsuit while even acknowledging serious wrongdoing was done by the police. And so as the doctrine stands now, it gives the victim very little chance at justice. So I am here today, and I brought this resolution forward because it's just really unfair that victims cannot get justice. And so what this reform does is not to eliminate qualified immunity, but it's to shift the burden onto the police. They will have to find cases that justify their actions, that they thought what they were doing, even though it may have been a serious violation, was based on the law or the case, or a case that was passed by the law. And so it's just kind of shifting the burden a little bit. And that's why I support the Senate Act to reform the police standards and move toward accountability, because everyone that holds power should be held accountable, whether it's a city councilor, the mayor, a police officer. If we do something wrong, we should be held accountable for it. So, Mr. President, is this the time that I would read the resolution?
Yes.
Okay. And I do have an amendment to the resolution because I have the date wrong. So I will read it, and at the appropriate time, I'll make the amendment after the discussion, I guess. City of Springfield, in the City Council, July, it will be 20th, 2020, whereas in late spring 2020, people across the country took to the streets to honor and mourn the lives of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and too many other Black people killed by law enforcement and racist violence, and to demand immediate change and reform. And whereas the members of the Springfield City Council supports the Senate Act to reform police standards and shift resources to build a more equitable, fair, and just Commonwealth that values Black's lives and communities of color. The Reform, Shift, and Build Act, and whereas the Reform, Shift, and Build Act strengthens the use of force standards and limits qualified immunity, not delete, not erase, limits qualified immunity for all law enforcement agents by banning chokeholds, banning other deadly use of force except in cases of imminent harm, requiring the use of de-escalation tactics, creating a duty to intervene for officers who witness abuse of force, and allowing police officers to be held civically liable for excessive use of force. And whereas this bill expands and strengthens police training and de-escalation, racism, and intervention tactics. And whereas it also creates a police officer standard and accreditation committee, includes reform to the state police, bans the use of facial recognition, creates a task force to study and recommend, creates a task force to study and make recommendations for the use of body and dashboard cameras, redirects funding away from policing and corrections toward community investment, demilitarize the police force, promotes student safety and well-being over criminalization, expands access to record expungement for young people, builds a more equitable, fair, and just system by beginning to dismantle systematic racism, addresses the racial disparities in policing, and introduces police training required on the history of slavery, lynching, and racism. The bill also creates a permanent commission on the status of African Americans. And whereas the Springfield City Council stands with the State Senate, who promotes a number of reforms to, among other things, ban aggressive police tactics, significantly raise standards and accountability in law enforcement, and begins to prioritize public safety resources. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Springfield City Council encourages the members of the Massachusetts General Court and the Governor of Massachusetts, Charlie Baker, to stand in solidarity with the Senate and the Springfield City Council and support the passing of the Reform, Shift, and Build Act. Sponsored by Councilors Tracy Whitfield, Justin Hurst, Marcus Williams, Adam Gomez, Orlando Ramos, Jesse Letterman, Melvin Edwards, Victor Davila, and Kateri Walsh.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield, Councilor Ramos. On the resolve.
Yep, on the resolve, Mr. President, I just want to thank my colleague, Councilor Whitfield, for taking on this initiative and for bringing this piece of legislation forward. I support it 100%. I'm a co-sponsor of this resolution, and for many reasons. In no particular order. I think that it's important to recognize the fact that the taxpayers of the city of Springfield are sick and tired of paying for these lawsuits, multi-million-dollar lawsuits for negligent officers, officers that have knowingly broken the law and hurt people. And they're let off the hook, and the taxpayer is left with the burden of having to pay millions and millions of dollars. Nathan Bills alone cost us almost $1 million for officers that weren't even on the clock. And it's about time that we're having this conversation. Every single time that a 6-figure or a 7-figure lawsuit came before the city council, I would ask the question about qualified immunity and why we always chose to indemnify the officers, knowing that they were in the wrong. So it's about time that we're having this conversation. I support it 100%. And I thank my colleague for bringing this forward. On behalf of the taxpayers of the city of Springfield, we're tired of paying for these multi-million-dollar lawsuits.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos, Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thanks, Mr. President, and thanks, Tracy, for bringing this up. This is obviously a huge issue, and I understand some of it, but I have to admit I don't understand all of it. And while I support a lot of what's in there and what I understand, I'm concerned that the right way to do this would be to have a conversation with the police, Commissioner Clapperud, members of the police department, whatever, so we could hear their point of view. And I know it's not to, dismiss the horrible things that have happened over time, but there was a demonstration today at East Street at the Fenton Public Safety Annex by police, which said Massachusetts law enforcement labor unions speak out on police reform bill. And representatives of more than 30 law enforcement labor unions met in Springfield on Monday to address their concerns over the sudden passage of S-2820. I don't know if your resolution relates to S-2820 or S-2800. I know that Councilor Fenton and I put forth something about a certification process. I certainly like that part, but I'm getting confused on what's what and what I'd like to be able to hear what the police have to say, and at least on parts of this. Some of this I think is probably without dispute, but qualified immunity is one thing. Maybe Tom Moore, maybe you could help us with that a little in this meeting, or maybe we could have a sit down with police and ask them what their concerns are about the bills that have passed already. I mean, there's been such a flurry of activity. I personally don't know everything that has passed or is in the next bill to be considered. So that's my comment. It's much of what's in there, I'm sure, deserves to be in there. Just that we're going to have a conversation. I would suggest that the police should be in the conversation so we hear their point of view on, the parts of it that are not obvious. And then we might have a stronger resolution or bill or whatever, because we would be partnered with the police on it. So that's my first comment. But I appreciate and understand what we're trying to overall get at here, to have better, better policing and more sensitive and, policing and less brutality, et cetera. I get all that, but that's my opening comment.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Councilor Gomez, followed by Councilor Curran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify that the bill that Councilor Allen was just talking about about what was going on East Street, that's actually the House bill, Councilor Allen. And what the resolution is talking about is the Senate bill that's already has passed, which is 2800. So they are talking about the police union. The number that you spoke out of, that's the House bill. So the Senate has
passed that the bill that we're talking about today is just the Senate portion. I just wanted to just clarify that real quick, and then I'll just get into my comments. Just 2 weeks ago, the Department of Justice published a disturbing report about systematic Fourth Amendment right violations conducted by the Springfield Police Department Narcotics Bureau. That report and stories have heard and I've heard from my constituents to confirm that the police mistreatment of civilians, particularly Black and brown people, is not just a problem in other states. It's a problem right here in Massachusetts. Not all police officers violate people's rights, but some police officers do. Those that do violate people's constitutional rights violate the public trust. They must be held accountable. The qualified immunity reform proposed by the state Senate would and has, and it has been enacted, it's going to increase public trust in the police in Springfield. And at the time when that trust is desperately lacking, I call on, I call on all of us to understand this portion of the bill, so we can pass strong police reform and be able to have this conversation, like you said, like my colleagues had stated, to be able to come together to really understand what qualified immunity is. A lot of our residents, specifically in my community, when talking to them, didn't really understand what QI in acronym for qualified immunity is and what it does. And specifically, I believe that this actual resolution just speaks to the Senate version. And I think it's important for us to be able to support what the Senate has put forward, and then to understand with what has been put forward, we can put our conversation on that one that the police unions are talking about, and talk about the House part of it and seeing exactly what the state delegation is doing with that. But for the most part, it's more or less just to support just to support the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish, to show and to stand clearly that, there is something going on with the qualified immunity, but to actually educate the community on qualified immunity. I think this is what that does. And not to be confused, if we were to end qualified immunity or get into that conversation, that we're not including teachers, we're not including other public realms of or officials in this conversation, that we're specifically talking to a certain portion that could be detrimental. But for the most part, that's all I have, and that's where I'll leave it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez, Councilor Curran, followed by Councilor Whitfield on the resolve.
I just want to thank Councilor Whitfield for the work she's put into this resolution. I know she's put a lot of work into it, and I appreciate her calling around to the individual councilors. The bill that the Senate has before the Senate and it passed has a tremendous lot of good stuff in it. I think the history part of it is tremendous. I also think the one part that's not spoken about is the cadet program for the state police. That's also tremendous and is going to make a big impact on the state police. In the issue of qualified immunity, and I do think that Councilor Whitfield had the eloquent dissertation on the history of it. It was created by judges about 40 years ago, and we should look at it. But the situation that was in the state Senate was that they did not have a public hearing on it. And I think that's part of the controversy and part of the public confusion as to qualified immunity. And I do think the police officers, as well as the police officers' families and the police officers' wives and children who would be affected by this, and the general public, should have had a right to testify, as well as lawyers, the law professors, the judges, as well as cities across the Commonwealth that deal with qualified immunity, because quite frankly, it's kind of hard to understand. I mean, at least in the city of Springfield, it's my understanding, if you had a $5 million lawsuit, anything over $1 million, qualified immunity. I think the police have are worried, and their concern is you know, if you're called to a domestic, or if you're called to a car accident and you pull somebody from a burning car and that individual's hurt, are they going to sue you? Are the police going to have to now carry individual insurance? These are issues that the police really have a right to know about, and I think that hearing would have helped. But as it stands now, I favor this resolution based on the qualified immunity piece and really the questions surrounding qualified immunity. Although I do agree, it is time to look and review it. But I think at this juncture, I think the Springfield Police, 500 members, as well as the state police, they have a right to testify at a hearing such as this. And I think the general public, as well as the police, need a clearer explanation from the Massachusetts State Senate. What exactly is this? I mean, if you go to a domestic call and you're in a struggle in a domestic and somebody, there's a use of force issue, are they going to be sued individually? These are the questions that need to be answered. These are the questions that, to be honest with you, in the Massachusetts State Senate, that they weren't answered. And I think that's where the right now is. Beyond that, I just want to think, I think the bill has a lot of tremendous strong points. De-escalation, again, the history part, as well as the cadet program. And I thank Tracy Whitfield for bringing it to the council's attention. We'll see where it goes in the House and the conference committee. But based on the qualified immunity aspect of it, I will not support the Senate version. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Curran. Councilor Whitfield on the resolve.
Thank you to all my colleagues and all of your comments, and thank you for at least accepting some of the resolution. What I do want to say is the bill, the reform, is not for the police, it's for the victim. And so many times the victim in these situations get lost. Many times the victim's voice weren't able to be heard. Many times those that are dead, killed, brutally beaten, molested, raped, planted with drugs, just really violated, voices are never heard because of qualified immunity. And there are many cases where this happened right here in Massachusetts. Many cases right in Massachusetts. And so while I would love to hear what the police have to say, we have never been able to hear what the victim have to say when qualified immunity is used. Never. And there are so many situations where we should have. When judges knew that there was wrongdoing done by officers, and yet, because of qualified immunity, nothing was heard. Now, let's not be mistaken. When we talk about the officers, we know that the majority of the officers are good. We know this. But the ones that are not, and they continue to use qualified immunity to do wrong, need to be held accountable. And I don't want to hear what they have to say, to be quite frankly. I don't want to be quite frank, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear from the victim's standpoint sometimes. Like, why do the victims always have to suffer at the hands of someone else and someone else get off? And a lot of times it happened right in my own community. We see it with George Floyd. And the only reason that qualified immunity couldn't be used in the case of George Floyd is because it was publicized. It was a high profile case. That's the only reason. But there's a lot of George Floyds out there that have been victimized. That case was not publicized and the officers got off, and that's just not fair to the victims. I want to turn this around and I want to spin it just a little bit. Let's think about the victim for a minute. It's not fair to them that they don't get justice. Victims deserve justice. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. We have Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Curran, and then Councilor Davila on the resolve.
Mr. President, obviously my position remains unchanged. I support this 100%. I just think it's interesting that now all of a sudden the police union wants to have a conversation about qualified immunity. When years ago, when one of their own chased Delano Walker into traffic at 15 years old, and he was killed, and it cost, the taxpayers paid over $1 million because of the neglect and the actions of that officer. No one from the police department, no one from the police union reached out to talk about this, having a conversation about qualified immunity. When all of those cases were going on that were mentioned in the DOJ report, and the officers were going around punching people in the face just as a habit, nobody approached us about having a conversation about qualified immunity. Now all of a sudden they want to have the conversation. We're talking millions and millions of dollars that the taxpayers have paid in many cases of police brutality, multiple cases of police brutality in the city of Springfield. Not once have we ever been approached by any officer to have a conversation about qualified immunity. And so why now? I just don't think that a conversation is going to solve anything. They're not willing to compromise. They never said, hey, let's compromise on this police, qualified immunity issue. Their position, as I understand it, is don't touch qualified immunity, and that's a non-starter for me. I think we're past the time of having a conversation, and now it's time for action, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Curran, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one point on and this is on the state Senate procedure. I think really part of the public confusion on it was the lack of a public hearing. And certainly if you're at the State House, that is one thing you're known for, is to have hearing. You have hearing after hearing after hearing. But for such a complex issue, not to have a public hearing for everybody involved, I think that's one of the major sticking points to this. So, I mean, that's really one thing that I just wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Other than that, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Curran. Councilor Davila.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to be as brief as possible. And thank you to Tracy Whitfield for this great work you have done with this resolved. I just want to say that first, speaking of the local level, that just to echo what Councilor Ramos said a little while ago, I am deeply disturbed here locally about the Department of Justice report of our narcotic units. And in my opinion, there has been no immediate, strong response to address this issue. If it was up to me, I will scrub the entire narcotic units and start over again. That's a problem we have here in Springfield, and if it's not addressed soon, it's going to explode here in the city. With that being said, Mr. President, I do see this Senate version on this resolve as protecting both. One, the victims of police brutality, and two, the good officer out there. Because as Councilor Whitfield said a little while ago, the vast majority of the police officers are good police officers. They're fair, and they do care about our city and people. However, as she also stated a little while ago, part of the history, this subculture in the police department, where they can violate your rights, where they can punch you in the head, where they can, to quote one of the famous detectives here in the city, that they could pin a murder on you and a kilo of coke on you and make it stick. That is not coincidence. That comes from one, the racist prejudice mantra that has followed the police departments throughout this country since the beginning, I would say, of this sexual nation, but also more importantly, with officers, good officers, who do not intervene when they see something wrong. One of the things that I like about this Senate and this result is that it creates a duty to act. For the good the good officers, when they see something, they have to act. We recall, Mr. President, in the Floyd case, 3 cops were arrested. 1 who committed the actual murder, and the 2 others who just sat there and watched another human being being murdered for 8 minutes and 46 seconds. Finally, Mr. President, I have to say that qualified immunity, for this particular situation, I can't understand it. Other public safety agents and individuals do have a duty to act, are responsible for their actions. And the idea to me that particularly a rogue cop, a bad cop, is going to knowingly that he's going to violate all rights and get away with it. It's abhorrent to me, and it's ludicrous in my opinion. So I see this Senate version and this result as protecting both the rights, the victims and the good officers. So I will be happy to support this resolution, and thank you to Councilor Tracy Lewis for the
Thank you, Councilor Davila. We have Councilor Ramos, followed by Councilor Allen, and then Councilor Gomez.
Mr. President, just one quick, very quick point. I just want to point out that this is a public hearing, and this is the opportunity for the police officers of the police union to come before the city council and voice their opinion on this issue. This is a public hearing. This meeting is open to the public, and no one chose to come here. So just for the record, we are holding a public hearing on this issue as we speak.
Thank you, Councilor Ramos. Councilor Allen, followed by Councilor Gomez.
Thanks, Mr. President. While I agree with Councilor Ramos on that, we don't advertise these irregular meetings as public hearings. We have to have permission to bring somebody up, and it may be possible, but that's not how we operate these hearings. And I just think that's like there's an opportunity for us here to do this with listening to both sides. As horrendous as some of the stuff is that has happened over time, we saw last week, a couple of us, 3 of us in this meeting were involved last week in a time when the dialogue took place about Nathan Bills, and we came to a better place. And I just see an opportunity here for us to take a lead and say, rather than I respect, Adam, your knowledge of these bills. I respect, Tracy, the work you've done, and I feel horrible about the things that have happened over time. And I would, those parts of the bill I would support. I don't know enough about qualified immunity. I'm getting I talked about it with somebody 2 weeks ago. Mike Fenton and I talked about it. And I don't have a legal opinion on what it is and where it fits and how to use it effectively, et cetera. I don't know, Attorney Moore, if you can know enough about it to educate us on it, but and I'm not putting you on the spot on that one yet, but I just see an opportunity for us to take a lead and say, you know what, we feel horrible about some of the things that have happened. We feel horrible about the DOJ report, but we want to hear both sides. So let's set up a hearing that we take the lead on and bring people to the table and run it in the manner that we had that meeting on Friday, which was so great, and people from both sides really worked great together. It was one of my best couple days on the council in 11 years. So that's my issue. It's not about supporting it or not supporting it. It's a resolve. So it's not legislation itself. And I'm personally just confused on 2800, 2820, qualified immunity, and just being reactive in a way. I saw this thing, this came out at 4 o'clock. I'm trying to process what the police were trying to say with that. And there's a chance for us to just bring people to the table. Nothing we're going to do tonight is going to change how police are going to behave if there's a horrendous situation that comes up. But maybe a month from now, if we held a hearing and the police were here and we were here, we had a civilized conversation about it, maybe we'd have a more stronger, and the city council of Springfield would be bringing people to the table, and maybe getting a stronger outcome. And that's kind of where I am. I would love to support parts of this, but I just feel, I don't feel educated enough on it. I feel like if we could agree tonight to just, you know, Tracy, it's your resolve, but we could agree tonight to imagine the power of that. The Springfield City Council brings the police to the table and starts a dialogue, because we have a little momentum on dialogues right now, and I don't want to overstate it, but I also don't want to understate it. So that's kind of where I am. It's hard for me to support it all tonight, unless Tom, I don't know if you're still on or what, but can you describe what qualified immunity is? I don't know if you're still on.
I'll defer to Tom. I don't know if it's fair to
I think in the context of the conversation that you're having, you know, and you know, the complexity of an issue like we're discussing, you might be better off if you feel like requesting a legal opinion formally. You know, there are rules of the council to do that. There's a vote that can take place to ask for that formally from the law department. You know, the department has like 30 days to write something up and submit it to the council. If you wanted to do something like that, you know, you could propose something like that for sure. You know, I wouldn't want to kind of speak off the cuff on it. You know, to my knowledge, I could certainly discuss it, but you know, you guys are talking about something very specific, and you know, I want to do it justice if you're asking the question. So, you know, if you're really going to ask, you guys should take a real vote and ask for a legal opinion, and then, you know, I can get to work on it and give you guys something of substance.
That's a great answer. That's what I said. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but I'm trying to think on my feet here as we're going. Like, how can we make this not a 10 votes for it, 3 votes against it, or whatever? How can we make it unanimous by finding out what we need to know and acting as a body rather than as So I would, based on that, and thanks, Mr. President, for cutting me off there with Tom, because it's not fair to Tom on short notice. But I would make a motion that we get we request a formal legal opinion from the law department on qualified immunity.
So I guess my question to Attorney Davis is to, so as to not have to sift through the rules right now, as to what that indeed would look like. I mean, are we requesting a legal opinion on the definition of qualified immunity, or are we requesting a legal opinion on whether the legal department feels as though qualified immunity is the right thing to do, or the right thing to have within the law? So, Attorney Moore, maybe you can clarify.
Yeah, just for historical background, when this traditionally happens, there's really a question that's asked. So, Mr. President, you're exactly right. You want to have a specific question and say, like, is the concept of qualified immunity consistent with the Massachusetts Constitution, or you'd have to word a specific question where I'd be able to go out and do some specific work to answer it for you. It could be a series of questions. It doesn't have to be one, but it wouldn't just be a statement saying, give us a report on qualified immunity. That's a broad thing. You're going to get a lot of information. You sort of want to narrow it down because it's going to give you something more useful.
Okay. If that's back to me, Mr. President, you want me to reply?
You certainly can reply, or you can let other folks have a conversation, and we can circle back to you, Councilor Allen, if that makes more sense for you.
Yeah, let other people got it.
Okay. Councilor Gomez, followed by Councilor Letterman and Councilor Davila.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And I want to be totally honest. I think that I can understand where Councilor Allen is coming from. To understand what qualified immunity, earlier I spoke on, even in my community, a lot of people don't understand what qualified immunity is, which is valid. But essentially, this is a non-binding resolve, and off the face of it, because you don't support some parts of it, I don't think people are going to hold you to that. But I understand where you're coming from, because you were part of something special, and I'm going to allude to that, right? Something special happened over the weekend that people came together, and people talked about stuff, and they moved forward. But I just wanted to talk about, or just answer 3 questions that were kind of alluded in some of the testimony that, or if I want to call it testimony, that we were talking about between us. And one of them is, will reforming qualified immunity expose good cops to liability? With or without qualified immunity, frivolous cases are dismissed by the courts. So qualified immunity denies redress to those whose cases are not frivolous. Then the next question that I heard was, will reforming qualified immunity expose other public employees to liability? Qualified immunity applied broadly to government employees, and that can prevent necessary accountability when people's rights are violated. That can be true in cases beyond police, but other public employees are not committing serious constitutional violations at the rate of the law enforcement. Reforming qualified immunity will not make public employees liable for minor mistakes. Liability only follows after a court has found that the government actor violated a constitution or statutory secured right, such as the right to be free from the government violence under the Fourth Amendment. There is no secure right to be free from any and every error by the public employee. Even in cases where the court finds a civil rights violation, individual employees will not personally have to pay. State law allows for indemnification of government employees, and indemnification is universally provided. And lastly, and I'll leave it with this so I can let the rest of my colleagues speak. Does qualified immunity reform hurt workers' rights? No victims' rights and workers' rights are not at odds. Sometimes they are one and in the same. Consider that the initial Massachusetts SJC case adopting qualified immunity was a lawsuit brought by a firefighter, Duarte versus Healy. Qualified immunity was also used to dismiss 2011 case by an African-American firefighter who was retaliated against for advocating for the union, Barton versus Clancy. Reforming a qualified immunity is about justice for victims of civil rights violations. Whoever they may be, victims must be able to have their day in court. And that's what qualified immunity and reforming it is to make sure, regardless of what in fact happens, that it's heard. And the problem is when some of this stuff gets to a courtroom and they use qualified immunity because there's not a case study that they can attach the certain violation to, automatically qualified immunity is used and that person's day in court, that victim, is never heard. And honestly, with that being said, I know this is not a piece of legislation, but it's a resolve to at least, like you said, Councilor Allen, to educate the public, but to have those conversations when time comes to bargain in arbitrary, which that's still not one of our legal rights. We and the contracts coming up, we have a lot of conversations that we do at the bargaining table with the police union, but that's just a little bit of what I've heard kind of coming from my colleagues. And I just wanted to just talk about it a little bit, but your points are very well taken about community forums and bringing people together. And I think it's important, but I think that passing a resolve of this magnitude puts us in the spectrum that these are the conversations that we expect from our state delegation to have, not to just vote them down or vote them yes, but to come back to the community that they represent and talk to us about it. talk to us about it, because it took me about 2 weeks to fully understand what qualified immunity is. But I thank you for your comments and thank you for the time, Mr. President. I yield, and I am done with this subject on that matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Letterman, followed by Councilor Davila.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, to my colleagues for what I think is a really important conversation. I think we certainly want all of our colleagues to understand clearly what they're voting on. We want members of the community to understand what's being considered. I want to thank our colleague, Councilor Whitfield, for bringing this important resolution forward and for bringing this conversation to Springfield. We've been watching as the state legislature has had this conversation, but we also know that Springfield is going to be impacted by whatever type of legislation is passed at the state level. And as a matter of fact, something that I noticed during the debate in the state Senate was the fact that multiple senators were reading from a DOJ report that was released relative to our own community. And so I think we especially have a role to play in understanding how we can push police reform forward, really to improve community police relations, improve public safety, and address those past wrongs and rebuild trust between the community and the police department. And we do need everybody to come to the table around those conversations. And I know that we all agree on that. Councilor Whitfield is chair of the Mason Square C3. I have worked on securing funds for innovative public safety practices alongside all of you and alongside human service agencies to reimagine how we can improve those relationships. But with regard to the conversation tonight, it sounds like we all agree on the vast majority of this reform bill and the measures that it will bring forward. And on the qualified immunity piece, I think it is something that we are all learning about. You know, my understanding of qualified immunity previously really stemmed from my understanding of what protections were in place for elected officials acting in their capacities and what that meant. So I've spent a lot of time taking a look at the writings about qualified immunity over the last several weeks. And, you know, what I've come across is that essentially everybody from, you know, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas to Sonia Sotomayor agree that this legal doctrine must be reformed in some way in order for justice to really be carried out. And what I wanted to point to was relative to when qualified immunity is utilized, it isn't so much necessarily about whether we indemnify or don't indemnify the individuals who are being accused of violating civil rights. It's about whether the case is even heard at all, as Councilor Whitfield has pointed out. Qualified immunity doesn't just speak to indemnification, it speaks to whether a suit can be brought in any way. And as a matter of fact, you know, I've spent time going through the bill and to look at what the bill actually says relative to qualified immunity. And the bill actually, you know, actually protects indemnification of public officials, including police officers, whether that case is heard or not. They specifically passed an amendment to say that this would not impact Chapter 258 of the Mass General Laws, which is what deals with indemnification of public employees, and essentially says that you are indemnified up to $1 million as a public official, whether that's an elected official or somebody acting as an officer of the Commonwealth, unless your actions were, quote, grossly negligent, willful, or malicious. I mean, that's been Mass General Law, including what impacts us, for quite some time. In terms of what the bill itself says to qualified immunity, as Councilor Whitfield alluded, it seems to move the goalpost a bit from saying, did this very specific action ever happen before? And instead says, is this action reasonably assumed to have possibly violated somebody's constitutional rights? It still seems to allow room for judicial interpretation. It still allows for indemnification, but it also allows individuals whose rights may have been violated to be able to come forward and be heard, which is important for everybody. It's important for our communities. It's important for the police officers who are upholding their oath to see justice carried out. And, you know, we all have relationships with police officers in our city. I welcome those conversations. They should also be able to understand the legislation that's being passed, and they should be aware of what those amendments are and what they look like. But I've spent some time as you know, in my capacity as an elected official, working to understand it. I hope we all are doing that. And so, you know, to that point, I think we have a chance here as a Commonwealth and as a city to be able to show a real commitment to that reform that is so necessary to rebuild that trust in Springfield and beyond. And I hope that we're able to do that. I hope we're able to come to a conclusion that brings everybody forward and brings everybody together. But those are my thoughts as I've interpreted it thus far. Certainly, we have a lot of work ahead of us, and I'm appreciative of the debate this evening.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Whitfield, looks like you might close us out on this resolve.
Very sorry. I thought Councilor Davila had something to say, but he may have taken it.
Did I miss you, Councilor Davila?
I can't believe you did, Mr. President. But I will indulge if Councilor Whitfield will go first. I don't mind going after. It's
all right.
Up to her.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to say that qualified immunity, having a conversation with police officers, we can still do that. This resolution doesn't stop us from having conversations with police. It doesn't stop us from having conversations with anyone. What it does is say that we hear the victims. We understand that the victims are in need. We understand that the victims are sometimes never heard because of qualified immunity. And the officers that get away with it, someone said to me, they would be really, I don't know, for lack of a better word, stupid not to fight against qualified immunity when it protects them 100% for what they do. And I'm not going to say in every case they're always protected, but in a lot of cases that are not high profile, officers are protected for doing wrong. And those that do good have nothing really to worry about. Those who follow the practices and procedures of the police department have nothing to worry about. It's those that take advantage of their position. It's those that brutalize people and know that they're doing wrong. It's not the ones that, okay, I'm at a burning house and let me pull somebody out by force to save their lives. Now, who in their right mind, because there's some people not in their right mind, that would, attack an officer that just saved someone's life? Not many. They will be very grateful and thankful. But for too long, in too many cases, just a couple weeks ago, just a few years ago, just like Councilor Gomez talked about, my life changed when my godson was murdered at the hands of a police officer. And because of qualified immunity and indemnification, he got off, and recently, like a couple years ago, was promoted to sergeant. And I know in my heart that he did wrong that day, but still protected. But nobody wanted to come to the table and talk then. He was just protected. That same thing happened with Ben Schofield. He got a whole pig from the police department. And it happens over and over and over and over again in our community. And nobody wants to come to the table then and talk. But now, because there's a chance that your wrongdoing will be brought forward and you may be responsibly, whether it's criminally or civilly, you may be responsible for the actions that you know you are doing that is wrong. You want to come to the table and talk. So I'm not ready to talk at this moment. I'm ready to pass this resolution. I don't want to send it to committee to get a opinion from the lawyer. I want to vote on this, and if we don't have all of the votes, then I can live with that. I can live with that, because you have to live in my shoes, maybe, to understand how it feels to not even have a chance at justice, to not even have a chance to have a conversation. And I want to talk to the officers, because maybe they don't understand qualified immunity, and maybe they don't understand the protections that they still have under the reform. But right now is the time to act. And so I am fine with it not being 100% of the body that agrees with the resolution.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. We're going to go Councilor Davila, followed by Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to get everything that I have to say in 90 seconds tops, because I know it's getting late. Before I go on, I want to say just a quick background, and I want you guys to keep this in the back of your head, and to the residents who are watching us. There's an old saying in public safety that if you didn't write it down, it did not happen. If you did not write it down, it did not happen. It is possible you did it, but you didn't write it down, so therefore it didn't happen. With that being said, also keep in mind that the Department of Justice report that was put out a couple weeks ago, and I have to say that as I was reading that report, it really broke my heart, and I was filled with emotions and anger when I was reading the report. Also alludes and specifically talks about narcotics units oftentimes purposely omitting actions that were taken, not writing down the report. For example, hitting people and not writing the report. By no means am I a lawyer or am I any legal scholar, but let me tell you, if I could, what I do understand to be qualified immunity. Qualified immunity is designed to protect all but the plainly incompetent or those who knowingly violate the law. Law enforcement officers are entitled to qualified immunity when their actions do not violate a clearly established statutory or constitutional right. What does that mean? To me, that means that, say, for example, you have two police officers, one who has a warrant and who goes and does a search based upon the warrant. Upon his legal action, because he has a warrant on his hands, he's accused of violating privacy. Well, in that case, qualified immunity does apply to the police officer because he has not broken the law and he's following the warrant that he has on his hands. Now, let's take another example. For example, let's take a scenario that happened here, according to the DOJ report. That happens often, and it's probably still happening. You have an undercover police officer who approaches an individual, does not identify himself. The individual, rightly so, tries to get away or does not comply with the officer. That individual immediately gets punched in the head. The police officer does not qualify for qualified immunity because he did not follow the proper procedures. So what is happening is that they manipulate the reports, they flat out lie, and they're getting away with murder. And it's hurting not only the police community, it's hurting the residents, but again, the good police officer out there. So I just felt that we've been talking a lot about qualified immunity, and I just felt that I needed to give an example according to how I understand it to be. I do appreciate, Councilor Allen, your quest for finding out everything you can. So my kudos to you and my compliments to you. But that's how I understand it. I think the time to act is now. I know they know what qualified immunity is. I know they know. The time is now to act. And Mr. President, I do end with this procedural question, if I may, sir. Based upon Councilor Allen's motion, do we have to vote on that motion go to the committee or for the legal opinion?
I don't know if Councilor Allen has officially made his motion yet.
I thought he did.
So
I'm not sure.
Procedurally,
what would that mean?
If he made his motion, it would go to the law department, and I'd imagine that, according to Attorney Moore, the law department would have 30 days to deliberate.
I thought he did, but didn't get a second.
I'm not sure, but I'll defer to Councilor Allen, who's up next. How about we clarify?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Appreciate the discussion and the tone of the discussion. It's really good. And I have three things. I think it's three things. One is I just want to read the part of the Tracy, part of the resolution. Just that one paragraph. The Reform, Shift, and Build Act strengthens use of force standards and limits qualified immunity for all law enforcement agents by banning chokeholds, banning other deadly uses of force, etc. Don't need to read the rest of it. So it limits qualified immunity. It doesn't eliminate apparently qualified immunity. So that may be all right for me. So that part, I read it and looked up qualified immunity and tried to define it on the internet here while we've been talking. And I have to decide how I'm going to vote. But I understand that you want to vote on this tonight, and I'm respectful of that. The two things I think would be good to do would be the legal opinion of the law department. I'm not sure how to make that. And the other thing I think would be really good to do would be if the Public Safety Committee, chaired by Councilor Ramos, if we invited the people who demonstrated today outside of Fenton, Brian Keenan, one of the lieutenants, was at the microphone. I don't know everybody else. They were from different communities. Somebody from Holyoke, and I didn't read. I can't remember everything. But if we're going to vote on this tonight, I think it would be a powerful actions to say what we want to learn what qualified immunity is for sure. Because whether it's the right thing tonight in this bill, or we need to know what it is and who it affects and what our law department can tell us about it. And I'm not educated enough on that myself. And I think we could sponsor a hearing, no matter how this turns out tonight, and invite the people to come and talk with us in a fashion like we did Friday, and hear each other out. And I would respectfully ask Councilor Ramos to consider doing that. So those are my 3 points. I would like to make a motion to request a definition of qualified immunity in general, how it applies to all municipal employees, and how specifically it applies to police, and the impact of this thing passing, what it would do to qualified immunity for the people who are protected by it. That's a motion.
In the spirit of the question, I'll second that, and to show solidarity that, getting that answer is important. So I wanted to second that, Councilor Allen.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez.
But that doesn't stop us from resolving, right? That doesn't stop us.
I'm not trying to stop the resolve.
Yeah, no. I'm just making it clear. You know what I mean? We're fine. Yeah.
So Attorney Davis, I'm gonna defer to you. There's a motion made by Councilor Allen, seconded by Councilor Gomez. What is the impact with respect to getting a legal opinion? And maybe it's a question for you or for Councilor Allen. Is that separate from this resolve, or will that in turn hold up the resolve?
It does not hold up the resolve. It's one of your rules that if by a majority of the council you request a legal opinion on anything, the law department has 30 days to respond to you.
Gotcha.
So it does not have any impact on the resolve tonight. But we would have to vote on the motion for the opinion, the request.
Okay, so we can vote on a motion for the opinion that Councilor Allen wants, and then in turn vote on the resolve itself. Is that what you're saying, Attorney Davis?
Yes.
And okay. I'm fine with that, Mr. President.
Okay. On the motion, Councilor Letterman, did you have any discussion on the motion?
Sure. I don't have a problem with the law department writing up an opinion on qualified immunity to educate councilors as to the legal doctrine and various other aspects that we've discussed this evening. I'm just not completely sure that the motion is in order. My understanding of our rules relative to ordering those types of legal opinions is that we would, usually place it on the agenda as an order, and then we would, take a vote on that. I'm not saying that to hold up that particular motion. I just think we should know exactly what we're doing with it. In other words, if it's in order to take a vote on a motion right now, request a legal opinion, and then move on with the resolution, folks are agreeable to that. It's our own rules, so if we waive them, that's fine. But we've never requested a legal opinion formally during my 3 years in the middle of debating another item. Normally, we've just requested them informally, and then or we've voted on them at an actual meeting. Actually, in my 3 years, we've never actually voted on one. We've just requested them informally. But that's my only question. I'm fine with the opinion being written up.
Yeah,
President, I have the rule in front of me.
To Councilor Letterman's point, and I'll let you read the rule in it in a second. I'm not 100% sure whether we have to deal with this as a part of this resolve. It would seem to me, and I'll defer to the attorney, and I'll defer to the attorney Davis after I hear the actual rule itself from Councilor Ramos. But it sounds to me that we can order a legal opinion from our law department at any point in time that we want to order a legal opinion. And so if it's separate from the item that we're discussing right now, and it's not going to stop the resolve, I don't quite understand why it is that we need a motion in a second and a vote on something that we can get at a later date anytime. So
so the rule is Rule 52. And what it says is when 7 members of the city council or a majority of a committee of the city council requests an opinion or response from the law department in writing, the law department shall respond to such request in writing within 30 days. So the reason I'm saying that you have to take a vote is because the rule requires 7 members to request the opinion. It doesn't have to be on a specific, the rule doesn't state, it's ambiguous. It doesn't state that it has to be on a particular agenda item or that it has to be on a particular topic, just that 7 members can request an opinion or response from the law department and that they have to respond within 30 days in writing.
So thank you for that clarification. So with that being said, Councilor Allen, there's a motion on the floor. Councilor Allen has made a motion to request a legal opinion regarding qualified immunity. I don't know if you want to reiterate your motion, Councilor Allen, or if Attorney Moore, you've been able to capture that motion. Because you're the one, I'd imagine, who is going to be charged with doing the research. And so I know he asked a series of questions. I'm sure we can go back to the tape. But Councilor Allen, if you want to just surmise what your motion was briefly.
Briefly.
Do you think I'm really going to remember what I just said?
Sounds like it was.
Here's my best. A general definition of qualified immunity and its what it is and what its purpose is, how it applies to other municipal employees, and how it would apply to police officers relative to this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. That's been seconded by Councilor Gomez, and we've already clarified that has that does not stop the resolve that is at hand right now. And so, is there any other discussion on the motion itself? Councilor Davila, I see your hand is up, and I see Councilor Curran, your hand is up. Can we dispose of this motion first, or did you guys have comments on the motion?
I just have a quick question on the motion itself. And Mr. President, again, I do appreciate Councilor Allen's due diligence here, but I'm just wondering, why make a motion to the council once it's something that can be done privately and or individually as a councilor and share with the other members? And 2, my concern with this, though I understand it does not tie to the actual results, that it may make us look like we're voting on something that we have no clue what we're voting on. I mean, let's remind us that this is what people that we think that we don't know what we're doing, but I'm just concerned. I'm just concerned that the optics of this. I know you understand. I'm just concerned with why bring it to the council.
So I'll withdraw because I understand exactly how it can get spun. I know exactly what he's talking about. Sorry for jumping in, but honestly, I humbly I will support the letter after the fact, and we can just move forward past the resolve, then ask the question after.
So Councilor Gomez is withdrawing his second. Is there another second to Councilor Allen's motion? Councilor Curran, I see your hand raised. Is that a second to Councilor Allen's motion? And Councilor Wood? Okay. All right. So there is no second to Councilor Allen's motion. I do not hear. So that disposes of Councilor Allen's motion. Councilor Curran.
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, this bill, this resolution, it's already passed the state Senate. So in 30 days, there's going to be a new law in regards to qualified immunity. So if we're going to ask for a legal opinion, we'd probably be in better shape if we do this in 30 days. So we'll have an explanation of what we now have on the books. So to do it now doesn't really make a lot of sense. So I think probably just move the resolution.
Thank you, Councilor Curran. If there are no further questions in the queue, and I assure councilors, I am going to at least put forward to the body an amendment to the rules that holds our meeting to 4 hours as we are over our 4-hour clip. Councilor
unanimous.
Councilor Whitfield.
I have to make a quick amendment to the date.
Yes.
Counselor, I'm sorry to cut you off. You're all set. I think Kelly put it into minute track and she put the right date on it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Davis. So if there are no further questions or comments, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on the result?
On the resolution, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. That's okay. Counselor Whitfield?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Fenton absent. Counselor Curran?
No.
No. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the resolve is approved. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item on the agenda?
The next item on the agenda is a resolution entitled Stop the Spread.
Is there anyone present to speak to this resolve? Councilor Letterman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think we've arrived at either the last or close to the last item on the agenda, and I'll be very brief to move us to a swift conclusion. But given that this is our last meeting before the summer session enters, I just want to say I appreciate the time that we get to spend together working on behalf of the people of Springfield, and certainly want to be respectful of your time, although it will come as no surprise to anybody that I will vote against the 4-hour cap. So with that said, I've brought forward a resolution that comes from an action that was taken by the Commonwealth last week. The governor announced that he would be opening 8 testing sites in the eastern part of the state, in Chelsea, Everett, Fall River, Lawrence, Lowell, Lynn, Marlboro, and New Bedford, and that those testing sites would offer free, no questions asked, no appointment needed COVID-19 testing to residents of the entire Commonwealth, but they would be located in those communities and focused on those communities. And well, the Commonwealth did offer an explanation for that reason. Their explanation was grounded in the positivity rate of all tests that were taken being, I believe, somewhere around 8%. What it also highlighted, I think, is the disparity that we have seen throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and that is that Western Massachusetts, Springfield, and surrounding communities have not seen the same level of resources at the same time as our counterparts in the eastern part of the state. We had seen this as an issue when it came to homeless testing. We saw this as an issue when it came to the test centers, or the testing centers at community health clinics. And so that disparity certainly is one that needs to be addressed. And even as we stand here today with over 2,700 positive cases of COVID-19 in Springfield, with 124 deaths, God rest their souls, we know that the pandemic is not over. And we need to ensure that Western Massachusetts and Springfield has the same access to resources as the eastern part of the state. Now, certainly there is testing available in the city of Springfield. I took some time to call around to some of those testing centers, whether that be pharmacies, community health clinics, our hospitals, urgent care facilities. And what we found was that the biggest issue that exists is that all of those different testing sites follow different parameters of who they will test, when they will test them, what prerequisite symptoms you might need to have. There is nowhere in the city of Springfield like there now is in eastern Massachusetts where you can simply walk up and get a COVID-19 test. And who this especially impacts is individuals who may be uninsured and underinsured. In 2019, we had over 6,000 uninsured individuals in the city of Springfield. And those people are also very often members of populations that are already at higher risk, whether that is individuals with pre-existing health conditions, individuals who are very low income and do not have access or have not gotten access to the types of insurance that they should. And so that really leaves our entire community vulnerable, but especially individuals who are already members of vulnerable populations. And so I won't read the entire resolution into the record, but it simply establishes those facts that I've laid before my colleagues here today and urges the governor to move forward with establishing equity in that free testing program across the Commonwealth, including here in Springfield. And I'm thankful to my co-sponsors, Councilor Edwards, Davila, and Gomez, and certainly welcome any colleagues that would like to be added as co-sponsors. And it does ask for a copy of the resolution to be forwarded to the governor, as well as the state and federal legislative delegation of the city of Springfield. And finally, I would say we have seen our state delegation already stepping up to draw attention to this inequity. And we are looking to hopefully be able to add our voices in support of trying to address that inequity.
Thank you, Councilor Letterman. Councilor Whitfield on the resolve.
President. Thank you, Councilor Letterman, for bringing this forward. So many times the western part of the state is forgotten, and we do need the additional testing and the free access that the eastern part of the state is getting. So I would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Whitfield. Councilor Gomez.
Thank you, Mr. President. To be quite frank, I think it's time for free testing sites. We live in a really at-risk area, specifically my district that I represent with the rising costs. I think that the governor's current plan left behind all the communities west of 495, right? The regional economic and health disparities that exist in Western Massachusetts are a real thing. And when the council time and time again has to step up and, swing for the fences, it just says a lot. And I just want to say that I'm humbled and honored to continue us on this fight with all of you, and look forward to continuing on the fight for making sure that Western Mass is seen and heard, and that they believe that we need help too. We need to get a hold of this too, even though we're doing a fantastic job at what's that called? Curving the what is that called? I forget. I don't got it in me, but you get what I'm saying. The numbers are down. We're doing a phenomenal job, but essentially we need more testing. And so just so recently, I'm happy to put this resolve out there, but we need more action and more people stomping their feet and really putting their foot down on when it comes to Western Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gomez. Councilor Allen. Councilor Allen, you have to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. If you could, I just wanted to be added as a sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Allen. Madam Clerk, can we please add Councilor Allen as a co-sponsor? There are no further comments or questions from the body. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll on this resolve?
Councilor Letterman, can I just ask you who you initially named as co-sponsors. It was Counselor Davila, Counselor Gomez, and was it a third counselor?
Counselor Davila, Counselor Gomez, and Counselor Edwards. I think it's on there already.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
On approving the resolve, Counselor Gomez?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Whitfield? Yes. Yes. Counselor Davila?
Yes.
Counselor Fenton, absent. Counselor Curran?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Ramos?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Walsh?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Williams, absent. Counselor Allen?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Letterman?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Edwards?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Brown, absent. Counselor Hurst?
Yes, the resolve is approved. Madam Clerk, is there any further business before the council?
I am happy to say there is no further business before the council.
Seeing none, we stand adjourned until August 17th at our at our hearings meeting of the Springfield City Council.